Well, that's nice. That's
Discovery, go and throttle up.
this big. Oh, hey. Nice. Nice. That's 24, guys. They moved 24 to the pad. Hey, KSP. With a 6-month gift subscription courtesy of Magi. It's entered month 3. Perfectly in time for some KSP Robotniks. What? Yes. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. KSP, dude. Starship, with the hybrid tech, you could make Starship wings, and they won't break. Ooh, we'll say. You know what? I'm just gonna put that idea back here. I'm gonna put that idea back there. We're gonna save that one for a rainy day. We're gonna save that one for a rainy day. We're just gonna take the coin and just. Oh, wait, no, here I can put it on my multi-pass. Just okay, there we go. We saved it. Just take that, put that back there. Today's a rainy day. Do it. No. Did I see Tim's new video? Did I see Tim's new video? Did I see Tim's new video? No, I haven't had a chance to see it yet, fellas. I should have watched it last night, but I decided to watch Terminator 2 instead. They go up in the tower. I know. Yeah, no, I know. Every once in a while, dude, I have a little chit chat with Tim about things. Every once in a while, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, dudes. Like, not that I'm like that big of a thing with Twitter, but here, check this out. Look. Got the follows yesterday. Felipe gave me the follow, man. I'm pretty happy about that. When I was talking to him about Jeb being launched into space. Whatever happened to City Skylines? I just was playing other games, Ewok. That's all. We should play more cities. Not much technical stuff, just in part 2, just a tower overview. Yep. Novus, it's already been linked a couple of times. Is this the business end view? Yep. Some say not to confuse business with pleasure, but also this exists. Maybe after, yeah, that's a good idea.
Discovery.
What?
Throttle up.
Yeah, look at that, spark igniters. You can tell because of the way it is. Hey, Stone, 19-month resub, dude. Look at how crisp the flow coming out of that thing is. Man. That's an oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle, and the flames are still coming out doused in fuel. Just goes to show you how much fuel you need to deliver that amount of power. I never even thought about that. That's an oxygen-rich stage combustion, right? So it should theoretically burn off all the fuel. But it's very clear that they're using fuel for film cooling, and they probably are using it for throat cooling too. And the end result is that you dump a bunch of extra fuel for temperature purposes into the exhaust, right? Man. That just goes to show you how much power that's making, that they have to dump the fuel into it. See how the flames are yellow? Which rocket is this? That's Atlas V. This is the Starliner mission, man. That's the RD-180 in the center. That's an Energomosh RD-180, and then there's two AJ-60As on the outside. Look, fellas, you can see the gimbal. See the gimbal work? Center engine, close nozzle. See him working? Anybody know why? Why does the gimbal turn on right when the rocket engine throttles up? Anybody know why? I'm interested. I wonder how much water you would need to snuff that out. A lot. Thermals? Nope. Good guess. Stretching? The RD-180 uses RP1 for its gimbal, for its hydraulic fluid. I'm pretty damn sure. Yep. No, when the engine throttles up, that's when the plumbing turns on. That's when the gimbals work. It uses RP1. Why have a closed loop hydraulic? That makes no sense. The engine's going to be used once. So if you're out of fuel, you don't need to worry about the gimbal not working. Pretty smart. Pretty smart. That's some big wrinkle brain engineering. Artemis 1 wet dress presser is tomorrow at 12. Yep, I saw Jim's tweet. Yeah, we'll be here for that. All right. Let's get back into the hybrid tech. Let me get my joystick out. There we go. How on earth do they automate the bleeding of the system? Oh, you don't need to worry about air getting stuck in there. You don't need to worry about the air getting stuck in there. The turbo pump will fix that problem. Just create a lot of pressure. You ever vacuum bleed brakes? Same idea. Only with lots of pressure. Now think about it, dude. If you have the hydraulics downstream off of a tap off of the fuel line, there ain't gonna be any air caught in there, because you're flowing hydraulic fluid very quickly, right? It's actually really smart. SpaceX actually did something similar with the grid fins. At one point, they had an open loop hydraulic. They switched to closed loop because they ran out of hydraulic fluid once and crashed a Falcon 9 back in 2015. ICPS, did they put it together? Oh. Yeah, Novus, you saw those pictures yesterday, man. That's nice. I love how on the ICPS, dude, they were... like in the Delta 4 stage, they were like, where do we put the avionics on this? Just hang them on the inner tank. It'll be fine. Just hang them on the inner tank. Here, fellas, let me show you. Like, they're like, oh, you know, this is all covered in foam. Where do we put the electrical systems? Just hang them right. Just make a plate and just hang them right there. Yeah, see that? See that line right there, Novus? I like that. I like that there's a check valve right there. Yeah. See that? It's probably good that there's a check valve attached there. I want that electronics plate for my wall. It's gorgeous. Oh, I'm with you on that one, dude. Hey, N9, what's going on? Yeah. Yeah, Hellfish, I know what you mean. You know how the kids have those triangle lights? New plan. Find one of these. Put LEDs in the little sockets right there. Put 2 of them up on the wall. Like this. Just because. Maybe I'll call Tori Bruno and be like, yo, can I get one of those? He'll probably be like, yeah, it'll be fine. They're space zip ties. Yeah, no, they were just like, yeah, just hang it here. It's fine. It'll be alright. That'll be 2 million. Joe. Funny. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright, let's get Robert Parker going. Alright, dudes. So, yesterday we were messing with hybrid tech. I really want to see what applications hybrid tech is good for. So, we used it to mess with this. That's the ICPS for Artemis 3S. Yep, yep. Any Dorifto? Nope, not really. Actually, maybe just a little bit. But we're messing with the hybrid tech bearings, and they really... Dude, no drift. Heading 270, roll 0.1. No drift. Nothing. Not even a tenth of a degree. That's what those numbers were reading yesterday before we stopped for Starliner coverage. That's little to none. Little to no drift. That's insane. So you're saying that horizontal integration is much more viable now? Yeah, sure. Why not? You still have to deal with docking port problems. So I'm probably still gonna end up doing vertical. But yeah, for the most part, yeah. Yeah, this is doable. The hinge isn't drifting. It's not drifting, fellas. Those aren't drifting. One of them's under load, so you can move your mouse in between. But the hybrid tech locks the hinge back into place. It basically takes the load off of the hinge. And taking the load off of the hinge prevents it from drifting. We know that... Okay, so think about it. Parts in Kerbal bend. They bend, right? So if you have a hinge, and that hinge is holding up 10 tons, right? That 10 tons is going to be pushing down on that hinge, and it's going to compress it, right? If you time warp, it'll freeze it in that position, and then when you untime warp, it'll load it again. And that drifts the hinge, and it drifts the hinge, and it compresses it more and more and more. The hybrid tech, because we're using physics-less parts inside of a Kraken bearing, and physics-less parts don't drift, locks it back into place. It takes the load off of the hinge, and it prevents it from moving. Dude, there's no drift with this part. I'm pretty damn sure. We'd have to test it more. But that part is not drifting. It is not drifting. It's fine. We could do strong back style if we really wanted to, Hip, but you're still running into a... You are running into a plethora of problems with horizontal integration, but it can be done. It can be done. Yeah, you could do it. Mm-hmm. The hard part would be the docking port integration and getting the vessel hierarchy correct. that would be the really difficult part. You run the risk of a Kraken strike when you put your payload on horizontally integrated almost every time, unfortunately. If we could figure out a way around that, that would be good. You guys are hip. You remember Mint Chip? Remember when we attached Mint Chip and the whole thing flew up in the air? That's what you run the risk of. It's that behavior almost to a T with horizontal integration. Because with horizontal int, every time you put that thing down, every time you put the payload attach it to the rocket, right? You have to make sure that when you go to roll that payload to the pad, turn it upright, and launch the thing, you have to make sure that the that your rocket is taking vessel hierarchy. So when you detach the rocket from the pad, you control the rocket and you don't control the pad, and the rocket falls in the flame trench. Had many problems with that. So you have to make sure that the payload on the rocket is the master part controlling the entire thing. So when you separate from the pad, not the pad separates, or not the rocket. The rocket has to separate from the pad. The pad doesn't have to separate from the rocket. That's the right way to say it. So when you're horizontally integrating that payload, if it's not perfectly flat, if it's not perfectly parallel with the ground, and you go to do this and it snap docks, the whole pad will tilt with it and it'll crack it into the ground. Got to be careful. Hi EJ, KSP2 rollout. What? No. What if you assemble the rocket on the ground and roll the entire thing, first stage, payload, second stage, etc.? You still have to dock it to the pad somehow. Cool thing is that this thing got up into space. KSP2 rollout in game. Is this engineering mode? Yes. Yeah, man. No engineering mode screen on the... No engineering mode text on the screen. So? Do you want engineering mode text on the screen? If you want it, I'll do it, man. Let's warm up by getting this thing back down. See if your old boy can still do it. There you go. I got you. Hey, Admit, what's going on? No, we tested this yesterday, Nuclear, because I'm trying to prove that hybrid tech is the real deal. And I'm not necessarily trying to prove it to anybody here. I'm trying to prove it to myself that it works. I have theories about how it's going to work, and then there's what it's actually going to do, right? I want to make sure that hybrid tech works, and how I'm going to prove that. Think like scientific hypothesis stuff. How I'm going to prove that is by fixing the SSDO's pad. So I want to do some slight upgrades to the small SSDO's pad just to see what happens and see if we can get it to stop drifting. Because there were a couple of open line items with the SSDO's pad that I was running into that needed to be fixed, that I wanted to get done correct. Like, I wanted to see if we could get it done, right? So Not I wanted to see if I could get it done. Sorry, I'm trying to just fill dead air. There was some stuff with the small SSDO's pad. There's drifting. We knew that the drifting was going on because we used that SSDO pad so much. The small SSDO pad was the first pad I used like 6 or 7 times, and first horizontal integration pad that I used 6 or 7 times and really had no problems with it, except for the drifting over time. So I know where the bugs are in the pad, and I'm going to try to squash them with hybrid tech. Hybrid tech should be able to fix it. Now, what is hybrid tech? Hybrid tech is an idea that I came up with of using physicsless parts to make hinges. It's not a new idea, to be very clear. Hybrid tech is something that only really came around, like, I mean, okay, so using physicsless parts as a hinge is not a new idea. I've been doing that since 2016, 2015, something like that. But in order to get physicsless parts to make a hinge, say you take a bunch of thermometers, right, and you make them into a cylinder, right? You put them in 8x symmetry. And then you take like an RCS bearing, or an RCS ball, and you use the RCS ball as a bearing. It'll work. It'll work like a really nice cylinder. And because the parts are physicsless, they don't bend. They don't break. Parts in physics simulated parts in Kerbal do bend. That happens. And the robotic parts drift. They bend out of shape over time. They fatigue, right? So when robotics came out, I was like, oh, I'll use my bearings with robotics, right? And it'll work. It'll work just fine. But then we figured out that you couldn't make the physicsless parts interact with each other if it's all one vehicle as a robotic. So I kind of started using robotics and see where we went with there. And the robotics, turns out that they end up drifting like crazy. They drift all over the place because they bend and flex, almost like they're susceptible to metal fatigue. It's the same kind of thing, right? So we came up with the idea the other day when we were making some VTOL stuff. We came up with the idea of trying to use the physicsless parts with what's a phenomenon in Kerbal that they added when robotics came out called same vessel interaction. Same vessel interaction makes it so 2 parts on the same vehicle, the hitboxes actually work. So instead of parts that are just clipped into each other like this, if we put SVI on, they'll actually collide. Now, you couldn't use physicsless parts with same vessel interaction, but you could use physicsless parts if they were attached to a robotic piece with same vessel interaction. So we tried that, but it turns out that attaching the physicsless parts to the robotic parts just made the robotic parts drift even more. But then we figured out that you could, if you detach the physicsless part from the robotic part after toggling same vessel interaction on, you can attach it to anything and keep same vessel interaction on. That means I can make hinges. Now, if that was just a bunch of gibberish, that means that I can make hinges out of physicsless parts using all in one vehicle. And I can basically use the game's colliders of physicsless parts to make undriftable hinges, or hinges that are very, very insusceptible to fatigue. They don't bend. And making stuff that doesn't bend would make integration go way faster because parts literally last longer. It's just like real life. If you have a part, a metal part that fatigues way easier because you didn't design the tolerances right, it'll wear out over time. It'll go through too many load cycles. If you make a part that's much less susceptible to bending and flexing, it can go through, theoretically, way more load cycles before you have to replace the part. It's interesting how Kerbal ends up being a lot like real life. It's very similar. Shrizak had a 19-month resub. Did you hear that Kimmy will be driving at Watkins Glen? I did, Dead Crew, yeah. Are you just fixing the small pad, or will you try to fix the large pad? Do what more like? Let's start with the small pad, RJ. Tree Hugger had a 31-month. What's up, dude? It's like parts with physics don't attach correctly to the other parts. Well, parts with physics aren't susceptible to bending, Hellfish, because they're imparting their physics onto the part that they're attached to, onto the parent part. That's why they don't crush when we were making those hold down points yesterday. Early stream cursed rocket. Kill it with fire, please. Yep. So with Kraken Tech, you have to make the hinges on separate vehicles, right? So for this, you don't have to do that, which is why you can warp now. Bingo. I can make my super strong Kraken Tech hinges all in one vehicle, RJ. It's a big deal. It's a big deal, and it's single-handedly making me want to play Kerbal more. Like, way more. And in the time that I did that spiel, I've gotten 2 direct messages and have been tagged in chat 6 times with 2 resubs. And you don't know how hard it is to explain it with all this stuff going off. It makes me go bananas. Now you can finish rebuilding the shuttle? Oh, yeah. Dude, we could do a bunch of stuff. Let me just say that if we pioneer those hold down points, well, that fixes my shuttle integration docking hierarchy problem. Seriously, think about it for a second. You saw the other day how I was taking the MLV side boosters and I was hanging them on RCS bearings, right? And it took 240 tons, no problem. 260 tons with all the rocket engines attached, and it was just sitting there. With a vehicle stabilizer, it was working just fine. What's stopping me from doing that with 2 SRBs right next to each other? Put my SRBs down, hold them in place physically, and then slide the external tank into position. Attach the SRBs, and then make an umbilical come up and attach to my external tank, and then attach the shuttle. What's stopping me from doing that? Nothing is stopping me from doing that. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, we could do it. Now, don't get me wrong. Shuttle would take time. The shuttle would take time, but I could do it. I know I can do that. I'd be a little worried about part count, though, but it's doable. Yeah, exactly, Hip. I know I can do it. It would take a long time to set up, but I know I can do it. I'm confident in my abilities to be able to get that done. I could make that happen, but it would take, like, the one problem is, and this is the problem that I keep kind of returning to, it would take so freaking long to get that done correctly. It would take so long to get that done right. Like, integration, not only would it take a little bit of time to develop, but the integration would be past 45 minutes. That's against my stakeholder expectations, which does suck, but could you make a mini demonstrator version? That's kind of why I want to mess with the SSDOs, Pigzig. Why I want to mess around with them again. For that exact reason. I think this is where I deorbited this sucker from, but I'm not sure. Either way, we'll try it. Turn on the ohms engines. That would take a huge grind, nuclear. I could do it. It's possible, fellas. I don't know what I would... We would have to play Kerbal every day, almost. Once again, not against that. Is there a Kerbal Sands mod to land at? There's the desert airfield. Does the space shuttle have a pad, or is it just a vehicle? I started developing a pad nuclear, but it would be better to start over because the pad that I was designing was designed to use old docking physics before they added robotics. That's the reason. That's what killed the shuttle program for me. I think that's right. Let's hope. Either that or we're gonna sail real wide. Okay. I thought you ruled out the shuttle pad unless the tech opened the door for it again. is hybrid tech not that solution, or did I not make that clear? RJ, hybrid tech could potentially is the thing that could open up the door for that to work. But I literally just said I still think even with hybrid tech that it would take 3 hours to put a shuttle stack together. You have to be so careful with lining things up, dude. I forgot how to fly this thing, by the way. I engineered it, which is kind of funny, but yeah, totally forgot how to fly it. So, you know. Oh, those aren't in symmetry. That's good. Oh. Yeah, body flap pitch control. And then regular control surfaces up here. Don't use it, you lose it. I missed that 3-hour part. I didn't necessarily say it would take 3 hours, but that's what I was just talking about when you asked the question. I think even with the hybrid tech and everything, the hybrid tech gives me a viable pathway. Meaning that it's possible. You could integrate a shuttle stack outside of the SPH or VAB. It's doable. You could do it. But I'm worried that it would take too much time. And that's kind of the reason why I wanted to prototype these ideas with the small SSDO pad, because the small SSDO pad is simple. Easy. It's easy to screw around with it. You know what I mean? Is it true that if you don't use it, you lose it? Is that a serious question? Nah. Is the reason, or at least one of the reasons, the part count and how that slows down, how the game slows down time? Yeah. It's gonna take forever. For Project Ares, guys, I want to be able to put a stack together and get an entire mission up and ready to go in less than 45 minutes. Literally, from 0 to 45 minutes, have an idea for what mission I want to run, what contract we want to do, payload designed, rocket put together. An hour at the very best. So I can spend an hour describing the mission to you guys, and then go and fly it all in one stream. Just like what we did with the Freedom rockets back in the day. That's what we need. We need that. That's a good way to show people the integration, get all the integration working, get it done expediently, and get it done on time, and actually show how it works. That's using it as a teaching tool. Alright? That's using all my engineering to teach people how rockets go together. If I spend 3 hours putting a stack together and then fly a 35-minute mission with the shuttle, that's not. That's 3 hours of me making sure the stack is together, not explaining what I'm doing because I'm too focused on getting the stack to work correctly, and then launching it and spending 35 minutes explaining it. No one's going to wait for that 35 minutes. It's true. Me, personally, I don't care. Honestly, if it was me, I would just sit here, play, like, trying to put pads together all day, which is basically what I do, but... We're going to overstep. Put the body flap down to full. Really get that deflection going. If we cross the coast going about 1900, we should be okay. And we crossed going... Cross going 1950. We're alright. Just keep it up here. Keep it up at 45 like this, and we should be okay. When we go back to career mode, Linus, when I'm ready. when I'm ready. I know that sounds stupid, but... S-turn. Well, mission mode, I mean, health is still after I move. Well, mission mode certainly isn't going to relieve stress from freaking moving, don't you think? So what I'm doing is I'm trying to expose more of the bottom surface area to oncoming velocity to get this thing to slow down. But the reason why I'm rolling when I do it is because I don't want to push my trajectory further or closer. This is what's called cross-range capability. The ability to turn going Mach 3. So this is hypersonic maneuverability. The space shuttle. But the space shuttle does. The X-33 was supposed to do that as well. Got to be careful when we get down into transonic here. We're very susceptible to side slip here. Like that. I hit the wrong button, I deployed the wrong thing, and we fell out of alignment. Transonic. We were actually reading about the real one, the X-33. If you just go look and Google a picture of the X-33, it doesn't have that ridge on the top. But honestly, at the time of the program's cancellation, they were still trying to figure out where the frick they were going to put that stuff. They were still... The vehicle's design wasn't completely frozen. Interestingly enough. And they were talking about putting a hump on the top because they were having trouble clustering the hydrogen tanks. So you see a lot of X-33 designs with the internal payload bay. That's not exactly what they were trying to do. Ah, see that there, Clark? That's an RV. That actually wasn't as unstable as I remember. That was actually okay. It still was a little bit unstable, but it wasn't too bad. The aircraft carrier in the save. This is the old engineering mode save. The aircraft carrier is here, along with a bunch of other debris. And my old docks. The old docks for the APS are still there, RJ. Yeah, how long has that been sitting? That thing's been sitting there for years. Turning in for final heading alignment. This design is on Kerbal X, Ewok, yep. So is the big one. Its bigger brother is on Kerbal X. This is LV5A. LV5B is the big one. And I'll show you guys the big one because people haven't seen it. Well, Jim, we don't know if Kerbal's... We don't know if it's fresh water or not, if the oceans on Kerbin are fresh water. Okay, coming in on final. You're down. We have touch. Control surface lockout. Reset body flat position. Locking out yaw controller. Not bad. Bada brada. Yeah, dude, she still works, man. Still works real well. That ain't bad. And we still had fuel left over. Dude, this is a monster of engineering, man. This was so hard to make. Look at it. It's got a panel thermal protection system. You know how hard it is to make panels freaking fly correctly? But the thing about these SSDOs, guys, is that I didn't make them to fly well in Kerbal. They're there to fly like the real thing. So I had to take real life aerodynamics and translate that into Kerbal and get them to fly correctly. Uh-oh. Well, this isn't gonna end well. Yeah, it's fine. Hey, Zay, what's going on? Will this thing see service with the small pad fixes? I don't know. It seems like them Duke SSTOs are at it again. We break for nobody. I have a question about the Avatar shuttle that you made. In real life, wouldn't the plasma jet just stick between the wing and the body since the wing is top mounted? Yeah, it's possible. You ever take that thing off any sick jumps? There you go. Not bad, right? No, I don't. I want to still use Project Ares, guys, but we could still use that, I suppose. I really don't want to get distracted with other things, though. Especially when I'm developing the MLV. But once again, we're using this to prove out that technology. That's not anything new. The real space program does that. They use hardware from past programs to prove new programs. I can show you. Anybody recognize this picture? Would you like me to keep working on that thing? We need to get it done, Novus. Yeah, for Ares, yeah. Yes, I do. I really want that F-150 4x4. Oh wait, I basically have that. Never mind. See what I'm talking about? Anybody know what we're looking at here? So, it's an Apollo launch tower, an Apollo LUT with a mobile launcher on 39A being used for fitment tests. But the rotating service structure for the shuttle program and the fixed service structure for the shuttle program are being built. Fun fact, they built these things out of spare Apollo parts. They literally took apart the Apollo LUTs and made the shuttle infrastructure with it. So this stuff happens all the time, guys. It happens in real life. Postscript to that that story. This one might be a little bit hurtful, I suppose. I'm not trying to ruin people's days, I swear. Behind the KSC office park, there's a field right here with solar panels in it because, you know, solar power. Well, that's nice. Anybody know what those are? That's what they did with the spare Apollo launch umbilical tower parts that they didn't need. They put them out in a field and scrapped them in 2004. But, oh, no, there they are. Yeah. 2005, excuse me. You know, green power, though, am I right? Yeah, Jim, they kept them until 2005. Yep. The idea was that you can use the MLs, you can reuse those parts for another mobile launcher. Why wouldn't you be able to? Oh, nice, Thomas. My gosh, the Super Hornet is fun in Microsoft Flight Simulator. We're playing Flight Sim tomorrow for after the Artemis presser conference, not pressure. War Thunder is adding the F-14. Well, that's nice. But yeah, so yeah, first, did you guys know that the Super Hornet air intakes? The Super Hornet air intakes are still like super classified. Look at them. The square intake. Look at that. Square intake, but it's taking in the vortex from the nose. See, the nose is piercing the air and it's leaving that wake. It's leaving a wake, and that wake is getting sucked right into the motors. If you compare that to just a regular F-18, look at the regular F-18. Aerodynamics time. Anybody know why the original F-18 is curved like that and the Super Hornet one is square? Seriously though, if you knew why that one is square, it's classified. I already told you this was a trick question, fellas. No, they changed the intake design on the Super Hornet for whatever reason. It looks like it's trying to suck in the boundary layer from the nose, but I don't know like that. I don't know why that you'd want that, but hey, whatever. It made it super. Yeah, I know a guy that worked. I ironically worked with a guy at Best Buy that worked on this intake. Yeah, I still don't understand how that happened. I worked with a guy on the loading dock that was in the Air Force that worked at Armstrong. I'm like, why are you working at Best Buy? And you know what? It was funny. This guy, I don't want to say his name, right? This guy, you know, we were talking about, I was looking at pictures of planes or whatever. He's like, oh, you like planes? I'm like, yeah. This was like one day in like 2014, right? And I'm like, yeah, I like planes. Planes are cool. I told him about the Twitch stream and whatever. He's like, yeah, I don't really understand what that is because it's 2014 and no one knows what a Twitch stream is, right? And I'm like, yeah, dude, I know all about planes. He's like, you know what? You know, I worked at Armstrong, right? And I'm like, why are you working here? And then, like, this was a little while after we talked, and the guy goes, me? Why are you working here? You're the one that likes this stuff. And I'm like, touche. Oh, I also got some other stuff that you guys might want to see real quick before we start diving into the SSTO pad and messing with it. East Colonial Best Buy? No. Framingham, Mass, dude. Not that Best Buy. That was later. So why was he working there? I forget, but he went back to working for the Air Force and NASA. Yeah. Have to go check that guy's Facebook and see what he's up to. For a good workout, some people did do that. Some people worked in the warehouse literally on truck days to lift stuff just to get a workout because it's better than a gym membership. You get paid to do physical work instead of paying somebody else to do physical work. Instead of paying to go to a gym. There were guys that just showed up for the truck back in the day that just lifted stuff. They were like, "Yeah, I'm just here to work out." I'm like, "All right." Yeah, because then you get paid to work out instead of paying somebody to work. It's actually really smart. I'm like, that's a really good idea. Oh yeah, here fellas, you guys might want to see these pictures too. Hey Thomas, you here? That's stupid. Hey Ismic. Yeah, I thought you'd appreciate these. It's still... Dude, goalie, it's still in shuttle config. It's still... High Bay 1 is still in shuttle configuration, man. Oh! That kills me to see that like that. Is it public? Yeah, these pictures are fine. It's still in shuttle configuration, damn it. High Bay 1 could still be building shuttle stacks, dude. SLS is in there. See the mobile launcher? High Bay 3? It's in there. How high is the High Bay? Metric or Imperial? Can you link it? No. Metric? Give me one moment. 151 meters tall, that building. It's a 50-story building, dude. It's 500 feet. It's gigantic. Steiner, people don't realize how big that thing is. You don't realize how big that building. You got to go and see it. Okay, see that little door that's on the mobile launcher? That's not like a cubby hole. That's a 2-meter doorway. Standard 2-meter doorway. Now look at it in this picture. See that little speck right there? Yeah, that's right. Guys, Jim, you're correct. That's why they open up the doors, because the VAB is so big and so cavernous that if you close the doors, it'll work like a big greenhouse, and it'll actually accumulate humidity in the top of the building, and it will rain inside of the VAB. Yep. Yeah, that happens. That's why they open the doors, to keep a draft going through to blow the humidity out. Because it'll work like a big greenhouse. Yeah, see those little 3 pixels? That is a 2-meter doorway. That's even higher than the SpaceX launch tower in Boca Chica. Okay. Oh, dude, the launch tower at Boca Chica could fit inside of the VAB. You don't realize how big that thing is until you go and look at it, dude. Now, I'm not trying to flex. I'm just trying to show scale here. This building is huge. I actually, believe it or not, I've never been inside of it. I've never been inside of the thing, but give me one moment. Here comes the flex. You know what's coming. I can't find the album. That's weird. Where is it? Who stole my album? I guess we're not flexing today. Maybe that one? Nope. I've stood next to it, dudes, and I can show you scale if I can find the stupid photo album, but Imager changed their UI and now I can't find it. Boomers, am I right? Me, not them. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I found it now. Here you go. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. There's this picture. This picture of me. We're up on the mobile launcher. You see that? See that right there? That's a regular size garage door. There are regular doors right there, but look at it comparatively to like the cars and stuff. The building is absolutely huge. You look so different there. How? Yeah, these pictures were 7 years ago. Yeah, that picture's pretty neat for the people that. You look younger. I mean, it was 7 years. I don't look that different, do I? Jeez. Yeah, I'm outside. Well, that's that. See that I believe. 2015 was 7 years ago. That was December of 2015. So it was 6.5 years ago. But yeah, the pictures, these, yeah. I mean, heck, even these pictures don't do it justice, man. The scale of the entirety of Complex 39 is just. You have a lot more gray hair in your beard now. Less than you. Yep. The building is absolutely monstrous, man. It's just freaking huge. But anyway, thanks for those pictures. So when I took that personally, that's right. Okay, here's the launch pad. Switch back over here. Yeah. All right. So a couple of things I noticed with this launch pad. Been in High Bay 3, just so you know. Pixar, it didn't happen, Novus. Yeah, I'm calling you out. Now what? Yep. Okay, so there are other parts of this that were drifting. I've been in it too in the OPF. Pixar it didn't happen as. I mean, as you know, Novus got there on merit. I got there because I know people. You got there because of your daddy, because of your pappy. It's fine. Just ride on the coattails of your old man. It's okay. Some people like doing that. Whammy. I don't know, Tessa. I didn't watch Spain. I don't like masochism. Mamma mia.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The chapstick thing like this, Steiner? Or like that? Do you want to get some cohibas, man? Maybe if we score this house, dude. Score the house, we'll get some cohibas. Cohibas. Yeah, Tessa, it's okay. Ferrari was just making sure that Max gets handed his victory, like last year. So, you know, he doesn't whine too much. So you're an F1 fan? Who doesn't watch F1? Sparks? Yeah, I'm a Formula 1 fan, but not to flex. But, dude, I've been watching Formula 1 for years. Like, there's a lot of new fans in Formula 1, and don't get me wrong, that's okay. I'm not trying to gatekeep by any means. Like, I'm not being like, well, I was a Formula 1 fan before it was cool. But, yeah, dude, I've been my dad got me into Formula 1 in the 90s. Oh, yeah, I still, to this day, on Sundays, try to go to my parents' house, go over to my dad's house, and watch Formula 1. That is literally what I'm going to do on Sunday. We're going to watch Monaco. I've been watching F1 races with my dad since Gina Lisi was driving. Yeah, that's like my thing, man. Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan. Watch Schumacher and Mika battling David Coulthard. Yep. I hated all of them except for Schumacher. But I hated Schumacher when he drove for Benetton. And then he started driving for Ferrari, and then I was cool. I hated DC and Damon Hill back in the day because Ferrari fan. For uninitiated Formula 1 people, Ferrari fans are like, they're like the Bruins. They're like the Bruins for hockey fans. We don't like you. We don't like you. You don't like us. It's pretty straightforward stuff. Ferrari fans, actually, it's more like Philly fans. We hate our own team from time to time. And hate your team as well. And now that Ferrari's actually competitive again, I can demonstrate this. I can demonstrate the true tifosi. Goalie, what is this? No! Why did you think this would make me happy? Why did you think this would make me happy? Yeah, Steiner, I'm with you on that one too. It got really boring when Mercedes just started winning. But then again, it was boring when Ferrari was winning too. And I'm saying that as a Ferrari fan. Why did you think I would like this? I hate this. I hate it a lot. What is that? It's the shuttle's rotating service structure. So the shuttle had the benefit of being able to have late load payload or early load payload. You could load the payload inside of the I was about to say SPH. You could load payload inside of it when the orbiter is horizontal inside of its OPF, or you could load it inside of the VAB, or you could load payload on the rotating service structures here. You could load payload inside of the rotating service structures if you needed to late load a payload. Spy satellite. So the rotating service structure is exactly as the name implies. It's a giant rotating mechanism that's on a huge kingpin that's like 200 feet tall. 20 stories tall on the kingpin right there. And this whole thing rotates. And it's basically a payload changeout room for the shuttle. Yeah. Yeah, this whole freaking thing moved. It rotated into position. And this thing could encapsulate the shuttle's payload bay if they needed to late load a vertically integrated payload. The shuttle could take vertical or horizontal integration. That's one of the reasons why its infrastructure was so ridiculous. Because it could do anything. You could do horizontal payload, you could do vertical payload, you could do vertically integrated late load payload, you could load it inside of the VAB, you could load it in here, load it in the RSS, in the OPF, you could do anything with it. Yeah, that's why it's cool. It's very versatile. Very versatile piece of equipment. Yeah. Goalie just showed a picture of when... So this is 39A, so you can see the strong back right there. This is when they were trashing it after SpaceX leased the pad. That's very upsetting. I really don't like how they did the shuttle program dirty like they did the Apollo program. Hey, Jensen, 43-month resub. Do we know what spy sats look like? Like that? What? Pretty much that. He'll always whine. He'll always whine, Tessa. It's fine. We set an expectation with the no Mikey no incident, so it is what it is. Your tears, they please you. Oh, that's strange. Anyway, let's fix this. So, what else could we integrate? I noticed that these were drifting last time too. So, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a slightly different type of hinge here than, actually no, the Kraken bearing hinges probably would be a good idea. Last blocks. Was there any time sensitive payloads for the shuttle other than spy satellite stuff? Yeah, late loading stuff to go up to the ISS, sure. Absolutely. How the shuttle brought up, so the shuttle was a resupply vehicle. Dragon and Cygnus took its place for resupplying the space station. Dragon 2 and Starliner took its place for moving crew up to the space station. So we have Starliner, Dragon 2 cargo, and Cygnus on all those rockets replaced one shuttle. The shuttle could do all of that in one shot, Flykin. And how they did it, I want to work on the pad, fellas. This is a quick explanation. How they did it was they put basically a shipping container inside of the shuttle. They put a shipping container inside of it. It's called a multi-purpose logistics module, or MPLM. It's just basically a tin can. Oh, right. Well, yeah, that's an MPLM. Actually, there it is. That's it. That's a space shipping container right there. So what they would do is if there's stuff that needed to be late loaded on the shuttle, they would have to load this inside of the RSS. But you could also load it inside of the shuttle mid-deck if you wanted to. There it is again. See? So they would load cargo in here. So I know what you're saying. Well, how do they get at it? Well, the shuttle would dock to the space station, and then they'd use the robotic arm to birth this. They would birth the thing on node 2. And the front of the CBM, or the front of the MPLM, used a common berthing mechanism. It's basically a space station module with no power supply on it. That's basically just a space station module, but it has there's basic power control systems on it and no life support, no nothing. It's just a pressurized tin can with some power. Space Connex. Yeah, the funny thing is, yeah, exactly. It's Cygnus minus the service module. That's literally what Cygnus is. Cygnus is one of these with a service module on the back. That's it. The pressurized mechanism on the front of Cygnus is made by the exact same people that made that. Thales Alenia is who makes the space station modules. Actually, it's Italian. It's an Italian design, believe it or not. See, same thing, just with a slightly newer design, but it's the same thing. Yeah, it's just that with a service module on the back. Now, Cygnus is disposable because you don't have the space shuttle to bring it back down, but it's basically what it is. Same thing. I wouldn't call this Cygnus Light. I would call Cygnus Light. I would call the space shuttle the right way to resupply your space station. Is that derived from the Space Lab modules? These are the MPLMs are derived from space station modules. But Space Lab does kind of the same thing, RJ, but Space Lab is a little bit different. Space Lab is a powered module, and don't get me wrong, these still have power because the CBM still needs to work. Kind of. Yeah, basically, yeah, it's all derived from the same thing. Space Hab and Space Lab were prototype space station modules. I mean, basically. And now what were those? Space Lab and Space Hab were just a space station module that rides in the shuttle's payload bay. That just comes... The shuttle doesn't leave it up there. The shuttle stays on orbit and becomes a space station for a couple of days and then comes back down. Yeah, this is a great picture of Atlantis. I'm telling you guys, the shuttle was a treat to watch fly. And I'm not just reminiscing about the good old days. Look at that picture. The shuttle was a freaking treat. See? The space station remote manipulator system would take the cargo conics out. And in this picture, it's attached to the nadir of node 1. And then you know what the crazy thing is? At the end of the shuttle program during STS 135 or 130, I think it was 135. They just left the PMM up there because it's basically a space station module. They just left it up there. It's attached right here. Permanent multi-purpose module. PMM is what it's called now. That module is just there. There's a Soyuz right there. There's a Progress right there. And then there's an ATV. That's a European resupply vehicle. They used to launch those and then they stopped. This is a freaking gnarly picture, dude. Look at that. That's a real picture. The shuttle, I'm telling you, the shuttle was a treat. It was a treat to see fly. Not only could it take all that up, it could take all that up and down too. Notice dude, I will say this once, I'll say it again. And there were plans to make a crude variant of ATV, but you know Soyuz is cheaper. Yeah, how's that Soyuz launch pad in Kourou working out for you right now? Thomas, I know you know, but... Novus, I'll say this once, I'll say it again. If your frequency of flights do not change, and I'm not, this is true. This is space economics, and I know this is true. If your frequency of flights do not change, I guarantee you that the shuttle is more cost effective than having Starliner, Dragon, Uncrewed Dragon, Cygnus, Dream Chaser. Yeah, I guarantee you it's cheaper. Oh yeah. There's no way. You can't tell me that that 2 different types of rockets that are moving, 3 different types of rockets moving 4 different types of vehicles is cheaper than one space shuttle that can move everything up in one shot. There's no way. Just from an operational standpoint, there's no way that's true. Now, if frequency of flights change, then the story changes. So if you basically fly the shuttle like 4 times a year, as much as 4 times a year is about the flight rate that we move cargo and crew to the ISS, right? If you swap that out and use the shuttle instead, the price is about the same. But you get more capability with the shuttle because you can bring payload down. You can bring way more payload down. The space shuttle, guys, could bring down Starliner by itself with its service module. Just saying. Like, they could fit Starliner in the shuttle payload bay, put it in the shuttle's payload bay, bring it down with its service module, and have it down in one piece. Same with Dragon. Yeah. Yeah, the capability, if your frequency of flights don't change, the capability is basically on the same scale. It's on a linear scale. Meaning that the shuttle is pretty much just as cost effective if you're not flying very much as flying all, like, 4 different types of vehicles on 3 launch vehicles. So, Crew and Cargo Dragon, Starliner, Cygnus, and then Dream Chaser. And if we include Dream Chaser, that means we're including Vulcan. So Atlas 5, Falcon 9, Antares, and Vulcan. 4 different types of... You're going to tell me 4 different types of launch vehicles, one of them being partially reusable, launching 4 different types of spacecraft is as cost effective as one vehicle that does all of them? There's no way. Not a chance. Sorry. And even if the shuttle did being a little bit more expensive, you get what you pay for. So if the shuttle did end up compounding and is a little bit more expensive than all of what I just said, you still have more capability because the shuttle can bring stuff down. Think about it. It's true. We've compounded the numbers. Take a look at reusable versus non-reusable Falcon 9s. And now, if you're just comparing Falcon 9 to the shuttle, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Falcon 9 still is cheaper. It is less expensive than the shuttle. If you're comparing you know, mission capability to mission capability. So, like, the shuttle, we compounded these numbers taking into account inflation, right? And we figured out that, you know, the shuttle can move 7 people into space and 25 tons. How many Falcon 9s are you going to need to do that? To match that capability? Well, you need to launch 2 2 Crew Dragons, and then you need to launch 2 cargo Falcon 9s. Even taking into account reuse, Falcon 9s are still cheaper. Don't get me wrong. They are cheaper. But not by much, and you don't have down mass capability that's comparable to the shuttle. And you're expending your upper stage with Falcon 9. The price scales correctly as long as frequency of flight stays the same, fellas, which is very interesting to me. The only way, and this brings me to the next point. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, oh, we should just kept using the shuttle. Dragon's stupid. No, I'm not saying that. Dragon is a way safer way of doing it because capsules are just inherently way simpler than the shuttle. Easier. It makes sense. Building a reusable second stage is very, very, very difficult. Ask NASA. They know. They have experience with this. Now, with that being said, if NASA had bucked up and started flying the shuttle like once a month, like they're trying to fly, like SpaceX is trying to fly Falcon 9 right now, or well, actually they're trying to fly it like 4 times a month. If we could get the shuttle to that frequency, the shuttle would trump all because cost will go down the more you use it. Yeah, King, the down mass capability was the most impressive thing. Dude. Here. Shuttle Discovery. Now, if you go to the Smithsonian, the Udvar Hazy Center, the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, you can see Discovery, right? And Discovery is damn impressive. It's the shuttle with the most mileage on it that's still around. Discovery has 39 missions. 39. That thing has been into space 39 times. And also, the scuffed up patina on it is amazing. And then it has its robotic arm right there. That's the real RMS. But not a lot of people know that behind Discovery is a Space Lab module. Oh, hey, baby. Not a lot of people know that behind Discovery there's a Space Lab module, and I'm trying to find a picture of it. Trying to find a picture of this stupid thing. There it is. There's this Space Lab module that's sitting behind it. I guess we don't want pictures of it. That module's been into space like 15 times. That is the size of what the shuttle can take down. It could literally drive a, I was about to say you could literally drive a semi-truck into the payload bay, but you couldn't do that. You could put a semi-truck or a school bus inside of the shuttle's payload bay, bring it up into space, attach said school bus to the ISS, have the shuttle come back down, come up a month later with another shuttle, pluck it off the space station, put it in the payload bay, and bring it down and drive it into a museum. That's how big that thing is. It's the size of a Greyhound bus. Maybe not as long as one, but it's freaking huge. And Discovery took that thing into space 10 times. I think it was 10 to 15 times on that module. I actually forget off the top of my head, but there's a picture of it in space right there. Same module. Why did they have to take apart each engine after the launch? Because that was the safest way to ensure that the engines would work. RJ, I'm not trying to be an armchair rocket scientist here, but I still haven't been able to figure out the exact reason, and it's probably because of my ignorance towards propulsion. I'm not that good of a propulsion engineer because I'm not a propulsion engineer. However, if you're trying to fly the shuttle a lot, right? If you're trying to fly the damn thing a lot, or, well, no. If you're trying to fly the thing a lot, you ideally wouldn't want to rebuild the engines. But if you're trying to make it safer, Well, the safest way to make sure that the engine works every time is to take it apart and put it back together. That's the safest way to do it. But that doesn't advance the technology at all. Because you're still doing the same thing that you were doing at the start of the shuttle program. Take it apart every time to be sure. That's one of the things with Challenger that I just generally don't like. Nobody likes Challenger. Nobody likes what happened to Challenger, let's be real. But they, I'm going to talk and work, fellas. That was one of the methods implemented with the RS-25s. Take apart the engine and rebuild it every time. That's the only way you can be absolutely sure that it works. And I'm just like, the only thing that's going to do is drive up cost. Yeah, the engine works every time, but why don't they put these RS-25s out on the test stands? Weren't they doing stuff like that? And once again, this is probably my ignorance in the matter. I'm not going to lie. But I can't understand why taking it apart was like, oh, that's the solution. Well, they did do stuff like that, RJ. They could turn around the shuttle in like a month and a half. No, I haven't, John, but I'll look into it. You're telling me they couldn't throw these things out on test stands and start torture testing shuttle motors? Like, I mean, Aerojet Rocketdyne designed that thing to work 55 times with no refurbishments. You're telling me that Aerojet Rocketdyne, the foremost expert on propulsion at the time when the shuttle was made, could miss the mark by that much? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. There's no way you miss the mark that hard in engineering. That's like going to Ford and saying, I want a school bus, and they deliver you a C-Max. And school bus C-Max? Yeah, sorry about that. One of those is a compact car, the other one is a bus. You know what I mean? There's no way you miss the mark that hard with engineering. There's no freaking way in hell. That's not how that... I know that's not how that works. I don't think it's gross incompetence at all, Wheatley. Check this out. Now, keep in mind... No, not that. Not that. I don't want to talk about that right now. There was an article that came out in Space News a little while back. This was a number of years ago. Where DARPA and Aerojet Rocketdyne built this engine, an AR-22. The AR-22 is a shuttle motor. It's a Block 2 SSME. It is using all components from the Space Shuttle program, i.e. no new hardware was fabricated to make this engine work, to make the AR-22. It is made out of leftover shuttle parts. Now, look at the goal of the AR-22 program. The goal of the test program was to perform 10 100-second firings of the AR-22, a variant of the Space Shuttle main engine, in 240 hours. The 10th and final test was completed with 68 minutes to spare, meaning that they put a shuttle engine on the test stand and did 10 100-second firings of this motor in 10 days. Now, there is a caveat to this. A 100-second burn is not a 500-second burn. That's way different. The shuttle needed to burn for 500 seconds. They put AR-22s on the test stand for 100 seconds, and they were able to literally turn around the engine, fire it 100 seconds, basically not even refurb it, check the engine out, next day fire it again, next day fire it again, next day fire it again, next day fire it again. All the way out for 10 days. 10 100-second firings. Now, once again, the big key here is the duration of the burn. The further you burn with a rocket engine, the more it's going to break it. Which I find that easy to believe. That's probably the reason why they had to refurbish the shuttle engines every time. Because it's very clear that these engines can be reused very, 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 very easily. Shuttle engines can absolutely be reused. Because they fired one 10 times on the test stand with no new shuttle hardware. 10 times, 10 days, 100-second firings. So that means that the reuse was there. NASA just needed to push it. They needed to do stuff like this during the shuttle program. come up with these crazy ideas, crazy goals for the test stand, and put the engines on the test stand and just torture test them like this. I don't know why they didn't do that. But once again, I'm not going to sit here and say I know better. My ignorance is showing here because I don't know what they did on the test stands in the 80s, and the 90s, and the 2000s. I have no idea. They may have been doing that. Maybe they were trying to figure that out. We know there were upgrades to the shuttle engine. But that shows me that you can do it. That engine design can be stretched, like the Merlin, to be reused. That's pretty damn good proof. That tells me that no component was getting scorched enough to constitute taking the engine off the stand or refurbishing a part. Once again, the big caveat here, the big difference between an AR-22 and a shuttle engine, or the SLS motors for that matter, is the burn time. 500-second burn time on SLS and shuttle, because they fly all the way up into orbit with those engines on, right? The AR-22 is a 100-second burn because the AR-22 was designed to be a first stage for a reusable flyback booster called the XS-1. That project later got canceled because reasons. But that shows me that you could do it. It's possible. Look, I get it, the difference in burn time is a big deal. That 500-second burn is totally different than a 100-second burn. But the fact that they could do 100-second burns 10 times, 10 days in a row, tells me that probably is not what's going on. That tells me that NASA wanted to make the shuttle safe. They didn't want to make it reliable. And personally, this is just EJ's opinion on engineering here, so it's probably wrong. I'm not an engineer, so take this take with a grain of salt. I think the way that you make things safe is you make them reliable, because a system that is more reliable, less likely to fail, is safer. You don't design to be safe. You design to be reliable. Right? But people will disagree with me on that, and that's fine. I have no skin in the game in NASA because I'm not a NASA engineer, so the way they did it worked because it didn't kill anybody. But this shows me that the shuttle could have been, if they torture tested the space shuttle's design, the shuttle could have been insane. The shuttle could have been one of the most notoriously good launch vehicles ever devised by man. But they never pushed it. They never pushed it. 2 reasons. 1, they couldn't, because they couldn't be seen failing, which is a big thing. 2, you can't kill people. NASA can't do that. Every time that happens, everyone goes, well, I don't think they should be getting all this money. And actually, there's a third one to this. NASA didn't have the budget to be able to do it because NASA literally designed the space shuttle with the Gemini program's budget. Yeah, there it is. You want a Ferrari, but you get Toyota Corolla money. Not saying the Corolla is a bad car, right? But if you want a Ferrari, you need to pay Ferrari money. It's that simple. An RS-25 did fail on flight and ATO occurred. False. The RS-25 didn't fail. The sensor did. N9. Yeah, bad sensor. True story. The engine didn't fail. The sensor had a bad reading and the auto sequencer shut the engine off. The engine was just fine. The RS-25s, basically the RS-25s needed a Merlin 1D or a Raptor engine testing regime, and NASA just didn't have the money for it. At least that's my conclusion. I don't know enough about their SSME testing regime to really say whether or not that's the case, but that's what it would seem like. Because those engines can be reused. They absolutely can be reused with no refurb, because they did it with a Block 2 SSME. Now, once again, the only big detail here, the big difference, and I will say that this is a big deal, is the 500 versus 100 second burn time. But the shuttle the shuttle is going to have downtime anyway. So, yeah. Seems like it would be dangerous to allow him. I don't know what this is. Is this not space? Ooh, interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, that's, once again, I will firmly say that the shuttle could have been made to be reusable, at the very least, on the same scale as Falcon 9 is right now. They definitely could have done it. It's just no money, no political capital to get it done because because they wanted a Ferrari for Toyota Corolla money, man. That's the honest reason. Anyway, let's fix this. So, here's what we're going to do. Give me the interstage nodes here. N9, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a jerk. Like, false. No, that's wrong. If I get on a roll, dude, I go Dwight Schrute on people, and I don't mean to do that. Sorry. Yeah, bad sensors, dude. So, like, what do you do when you have a bad sensor? Do you sit there and just acknowledge that the sensor is bad and just, all right, fine, whatever? Right? Like, no, that's not what you do. Toyota Corolla money is equivalent to Ford Mustang money if you go back far enough. Nice. What fixes does this pad need? I saw some drifting here, and then we need to mess with the stops right here. I need another stopper mechanism here. I noticed there's a couple of other things, RJ, that I should probably fix with this thing. Alignment pins for this thing would probably be a good idea to make sure it sits in the right spot every time. All right. Here's the decadal strategy hearing from earlier today if you want it for space news. How long is it, man? Oh, jeez. That's long. Yeah, Hellfish, some of the decisions that NASA made post-Challenger, I just don't understand. I don't understand them. Yeah, dude, they just don't make sense. They straight up don't make sense. And once again, it's probably out of ignorance. It's probably because I'm not an engineer. How the hell would I know? That's probably what's going on, to be 100% honest. It's ignorance, but it's not willful ignorance. Does that make sense? Like, it's probably because I just don't know enough about it. More so than me, like, knowing and them being stupid, because you don't know better than NASA. Like, I love it when people spout takes like that. That really makes me happy. Because it's like peak Dunning-Kruger. Trying to say someone wanted the shuttle program to fail? No, not at all. No, they wanted it to be safe. this might be a little bit more difficult. I do. I'm an engineer and I know everything. What's up, Savvy? How you doing? Yeah, I don't like how this... How am I gonna fix this? Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Just heard this. Is this pertinent to space or what I'm working on? Because I've already done enough talking today, Tessa. I wanna fix this, dude. If this isn't pertinent to the current conversation or the SSDO pad, I want to finish this, dude. Yep, that is in fact not pertinent to this at all. So, yeah. That sucks, but oh well. Can we set that to a decimal? 32.5? Nope, it doesn't want the decimals. What happened to the rocket you were building for mission mode? I'm testing out some concepts from that design in other rocket designs that are more fleshed out to confirm that they work before I finalize that design. If that makes any sense at all. Yeah, I want to make sure that I have designs that... I gotta basically prove that those hold down points, Grumpy, that I was working on work how I think that they're going to work. And in order to do that, I'm going to take something that's a little more finalized, something where I can see a before and after a little bit better, like this SSDO, the old SSDO pad. I'm taking it and I'm going to try to use the same type of tech, the hybrid tech stuff, to make sure that it works correctly. Make sure it works how I want it to work. There we go. Yeah. So I'm implementing all that, the same type of gameplay mechanics that the hold down points use on this pad to see exactly how strong they are and see if they drift or not. Have you tried anchoring the pad to the ground at any point? Yes, I have. The ground point drifts. It's basically useless. Ground point drifts. Not worth it. Now, the other thing that we needed to do was add a stopper mechanism here, so this doesn't mess up. Yeah, the ground points drift, Viscous. Yeah, I tested, confirmed. They drift not because of part drift. They drift because the ground moves because of float point error. Why do you think all the facilities around KSC are up on tiles? Because the ground underneath them slightly shifts every time you reload the game. Float points. Yeah. Annoying. Alright. Yeah, float points do be like that, chat. It's alright. Hopefully something that's addressed in KSP 2. Savvy, I don't know how good you are with software, but I've been learning, and don't get me wrong, that doesn't make me an expert at anything. But getting around float point is going to be a hard problem to solve. That's like float point to coding is like trying to beat thermo. Yeah, that's not going to happen. And if it is, you have to find a very unique solution for it, man. Are they using Unity again? Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yeah. Yeah, Blue Fair. Now, don't get me wrong. Could be wrong. Unity is a great engine. It's as good as the team building the software. Yeah, and that's what I mean. It could happen. It's possible. Sure. Why couldn't it? Right? Like, they said in the devlog that they have sub-millimeter precision. Very nice. Well, that's useful. So, once again, like, I'm not a software guy. There's clearly ways around it. Just like there's ways around thermo. Right? Like, there's definitely ways. Okay, now the next thing that I want to do is see the tabs. We could put hold down or alignment pins right there. I'm just not sure how we'd lift the SSTO and move it into position that way. Alright, well, let's see if this all works together correctly. What exactly is a game engine? Is it a game-making program, game base code, or something else entirely? It's kind of like a foundation for a house. It's a prefabricated foundation for a house, and you build whatever type of house you want on it. If that makes sense. The aircraft boneyard is just the Air Force's private pick-apart. Prove me wrong. That makes sense. Interesting. Oh, some kinematic problems there, I see. Interesting. Yeah, that was part of the problem why this thing was drifting so much. Interesting. Hey, Ty. I love popping in your stream every few months and seeing the wild progress you make on launch infrastructure. What's going on, man? Long time no see. So, Ty, you remember Kraken Tech from back in the day? I figured out a way to use it as one vehicle. I don't need to separate vehicles to make hinges anymore. And I can combine them with the robotics. So let's just say my dexterity in this game, like the ability to implement things, has gone up in the past couple of weeks. Yeah, look. This pad is using hybrid tech. I have robotics and Kraken Tech all at the same time, working together. And these hinges don't drift, dude. Yeah, hybrid tech. Kraken Tech assisted robotic hinge. Doesn't drift. They don't drift. Because physics-less parts are colliding with the Kraken Tech hinges. Right? Physics-less parts don't drift. They're physics-less. So if you take physics-less parts and then attach them to a robotic... Oh, something went very wrong with that thing. Oh, it was still docked. Okay, I see what I did wrong. You take physics-less parts, right? And you, if you take the physics-less parts and you attach them to robotics, and then here's the real kicker. We found a way to do same vessel collision, right? You have SVI physics-less parts with other physics-less parts attached to the robotic. It doesn't drift. They're hinges that don't bend. They don't break. They just work. Yeah, it's a really, really big breakthrough. But yeah, that could have used this a couple of years ago, man. I'll tell you that. I also want to get rid of this. We don't need that down there. That's just breaking things. Wait, how do you do same vessel collision? Turns out that if you attach a physics-less part to a robotic, it enables. So there's an animatable piece, right? The rotor. Animatable piece. So if I go here, put the RCS down, and I attach it to the fuel tank, not robotic part. If we go into action groups, and I just set action group 2, right? You click on that. Enable same vessel collision. Wait. Yeah, it's just available in the action group. Wait a minute. Hold on. That's the root part. Attach this here. Click on this. Yeah, the flags are just enabled by default. Yep. No, that can't be right. What about the thermometer? Well, we tested this the other day, Ty, and you had to attach the robotic part. You had to attach the physicsless part to a robotic part first to get this to pop up. To get the same vessel collision on physicsless parts. To get it to pop up, you had to attach it to the robotic first. And now you don't. Now it's just popping up. It's just enabled. How is that possible? I guess it's just enabled by default. I don't know why I never noticed it. Maybe because I wasn't looking for it, but dude, I could have sworn when we were testing this the other day, I put that thing through its trials when I was first figuring out hybrid tech, and you had to attach them to the robotic part first. Maybe there's a script in KSP. Maybe there's a script in KSP where once you do it, it's because it's weird because it's not supposed to do that it just applies to all physicsless parts. I don't know. Could be a save error. Could be a bunch of things, dude. I mean, I would invite people to try and test this stuff. But yeah, Ty, basically, you just get the physicsless part now, or attach it to a robotic, and it triggers the flag for same vessel collision. And then you could just take it off, and you could just build it. You could just build it. Hybrid tech, man. I can use Kraken tech. The thing about physicsless parts, though, which is insane, is you can trigger same vessel collision, and if they're clipping into each other, it doesn't matter because they're physicsless parts. They'll only collide with parts that they're not fully clipping with. So you can really make some awesome freaking bearings. There is an endless amount of possibilities here. So what I'm doing is, I'm taking one of my old launchpad designs here, and I'm upgrading it. Upgrade complete. Can you make spurving bearings? Yeah. Well, we're trying to get rid of the sinusoidal refrigeration. We gotta get our turbo encabulator working correctly, man. It's very important. That's very, very interesting. How does this affect the no for trunnions? No for trunnions are unaffected. Must be like one of those things that once you enable it, you can't unable it, or you can't disable it, or I'm just blind. Probably the second one, fellas. Yeah. Yeah. EJ could just be blind. That's very possible. No? Wait here, let me take a look. I'll enable SVI on that one. See if it... Nope, nothing. Totally clean. Very weird. I'm not... Dude, I ain't gonna ask questions, though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that... What's the most efficient altitude for the Panther engine? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think it really depends on what intake you have, S. In game, you know what I mean? The ramp intake in wet mode trying to fly to the pole and back. Yeah, ramp intake, 7,000, somewhere around there. Probably is good. $20K, dude. I honestly don't know. It really varies by plane design. I don't know. You're gonna have to test it, dude. Yeah, I have no idea, dude. Excited for Kenobi? I didn't even know it was coming out until you just told me a second ago, Sawyer. Yeah. I don't know if that's a bad or a good thing. Excited for Top Gun Maverick tomorrow. Didn't even know it was coming out. Been too busy with house stuff, dudes. Hey, like, I've been too busy with house stuff. Literally with the exception of this week. This week has been okay, but no news is good news this week. All right. The only thing that we really need to mess with now is the hybrid. Like, I need to give like a bump stop for this thing to hold position on. I need to find a place. I need to find something to kind of anchor on it so it doesn't move. Because when it's in this, well, actually no, I already did that with SVI. All right, let's try this. Are you buying a house? Yeah, Sav. Yeah. We haven't heard any news this week, and that's good because we're basically the bank is appraising the house right now, dude. It's cool, man. It's a cool house. It's got a 1,000 square foot industrial garage attached to the side. Yeah. Well, we're not there yet, Evil Bit, so I ain't celebrating until I got the key in my hand. Yeah. So the guy that lives there right now at the house is a plumber, trade plumber, and he built that garage on the side of his house because he wanted this to be. The family that lives there wanted this to be their forever house, so the guy built his business right there, and he's a plumber, and he has all of his supplies inside of this gigantic. It's not a barn, but it's a big industrial garage that's on the side of the house, and yeah, it's an industrial insulated corrugated steel. It looks like the buildings that SpaceX builds, like high bays. It looks like a high bay. It's basically attached to the side of this house. 50 amp service in it, insulated, steel building, concrete slab. So, I figured that would be a good place for EJHQ. That and the house is really nice. The guy put a lot of equity into the house. Updated a good amount of stuff on it. It's got gas heating, on-demand gas water heater, 200 amp service, central AC. It's got hookup for a gas range. It is on septic, but it's on town water, which is good. Septic's kind of like, but it's okay. It passed Title V, and the guy replaced the septic tank in 2018 when they moved into the house. But the guy has to move out of state because of circumstances. Once again, when we get the house, I'll tell you more of the story and stuff. The guy has to move out because of circumstances, so he has to move out of state. So they weren't planning on moving, so they put all this equity into this house. Don't get me wrong, the price was high, but also the garage. It's 50 amp in the garage, 200 amp in the house. 50 amp will be fine for now, Savvy, because let's be real, this purchase is gonna put me into poorhouse for a little while. But down the road, city water is a plus though. Yep. For now, yeah. There is plumbing in the garage, but the guy took a spigot hose from outside and ran the hose through the wall into the garage, into the garage, and that's not really up to code. But the guy's a plumber, so the work is fine, but it's not up to code. So there's no plumbing in the garage, but deal hasn't gone through, Brian, but we're in conditional approval. We just got to get appraised by the bank to get the money, and then that's it. Should be closed by the end of June. Or maybe earlier, it depends on how the appraisal goes. So, yeah, Savvy, this dude, I'm just going to stream in the garage. The garage is insulated. It has industrial insulation on it. It's just going to stream in there. And then, for after hours, instead of playing, don't get me wrong, I'll still play My Summer Car, but instead of playing My Summer Car for after hours, we'll go just actually mess with the cars at night, because the property's on an acre. And instead of the houses being 20 feet in every direction, they're 100 feet in every direction. It's because it's out in the sticks. The sticks in Massachusetts is not even close to being the sticks anywhere else. But, yeah, Savvy, I'm pretty hyped, dude. Yeah, so, and once again, the industrial insulation on the garage is great soundproofing, so there's good acoustics in the garage, too. So, like, imagine, like, you know, I'm trying not to get too excited about it, but imagine, like, you know, I'm like, okay, guys, we're done with space news. For after hours, I'm gonna, you know, I'm going to replace a carburetor on the 59. Pull the green screen back and the 59 sitting right behind me. Like, we could do stuff like that. It's cool, man. And the garage has an attached office, which is really neat.
Hi.
Hey, Bree.
Do I make all the spaghetti or just some of the spaghetti? Okay.
Yeah, there's quantities on the back of the box.
I didn't
You don't.
know.
I don't think you should make all of it. Don't break it. Whatever you do, you break the
Okay.
spaghetti, we're done.
Fair enough. Okay, I didn't know how much you eat. That's why I was asking. Okay. Half a box of this.
Love you.
Love you too.
Don't break it. The spaghetti. Do not break the spaghetti. That should be that's illegal. All right. So we've enabled SVI here. Launch table rotational control, master rotator. See what it does. Heathens. Oh, okay, Havix. Nice. Crash, there you go. That's good. What I'm looking for, guys, is I'm looking around for parts to drift. It's not touching. Interesting. Oh yeah. You know what the funny thing is? The Kraken Tech stuff is showing how out of whack all the tolerances are on this pad. Wow. That's bad. Oh, man. In order to get that to sit flush, these need to be compacted, but look what happens when they're fully compacted. No wonder this thing's drifting. See what I'm talking about? The Kraken Tech, the Hybrid Tech hinges show the problems. Because we know that hinge doesn't move, and those hinges aren't moving. They're exposing problems that you just wouldn't see. See what I'm talking about? Look at that. That's no good. That's terrible. That was happening every time we used the pad. And you wouldn't notice You wouldn't notice how far out of whack that thing is because the other hinge that was attached on the top was doing the same thing. And they were both bending. And because they were both bending, it wasn't as pronounced. But with one of the hinges locked in place, you can really see how bad that actually is. Shut down all the garbage masters on the detention level! 3PO, will you shut up and listen to me? 3PO? Just check the SVI with a fresh install and fresh save, enabled by default. Savvy, how did I never notice that? That's hybrid tech, man. I could have sworn Repo told me it's only enabled when you attach it to robotic parts. But it looks like maybe he was just talking about the option to be able to set it, like the tab in the part action window. The flags, the action group flags are enabled by default, man. Oh, dude, we could have been making hybrid tech long time ago. And I wanted to. Oh, that's the part that pisses me off. I said that was the right move. We should have just done that with Condor's pad. We should have used hybrid tech. It would have been more precise. I was saying this 3 years ago. I said this so long ago, dude. Well, new EJ listen to old EJ more. I'm not trying to blame people, but when the lead developer of Kerbal says that no, you should use the hinges because this way you should use the hinges because that's stronger. You usually usually listen to them, and I did. That's yeah. Yeah. Wow. That's really cool, actually. I mean, look at how out of tolerance everything is. This is bad. No wonder this thing sucked. No wonder the pad was shimmying around every freaking time we tried to use it. Everything is out of whack. All of it is, yeah, it's no good. Like, everything's way out of whack. And you know what? Like I said, I ain't blaming the developers. They didn't know. I probably wasn't, to be fair, I probably wasn't explaining what I wanted to do correctly. It was probably me. Because when I get hyped up about things, I usually misspeak. Because I'm hyped up about it and my brain is moving too fast. So, I wouldn't blame this on anybody. But yeah, we figured it out. That's really, really cool, actually. This is really neat. Dude, it's a big deal, man. It's a huge deal. Oh, man. This is, yeah, that's very, very, very cool. I mean, everything is out of whack, though, but it still is cool. Interesting. See, fellas, where my mind is going now is how many other things did I make? How many other robotic pieces of equipment did we make that we thought were in spec that were blatantly not in spec? How many? Dude, I don't even want to know. It's kind of frightening to think about. Savvy, literally every one of them. Every single one of them. Condor's pad, this SSTO pad, big SSTO pad, all the gantry cranes that we've ever made, all of them out of spec completely. Like, it's very frustrating. Everything is out of spec. There's no way we were able to get that precise. What's the elevator speech on this new revelation? Well, Element, okay. I wanted to check this thing with hybrid tech. I wanted to check to see how much to prevent drift, right? Turns out that hydraulic drift is covering up the fact that I don't know kinematics, how to work kinematic or quadratic motion correctly. It's really bad. Or at least we know now. How do we fix it? Okay, so Tessa, pause that. So let me finish it. Let me give the elevator speech. So, Element, we figured out a way to make non-driftable hinges by putting physics-less parts attached to the hinge and then using my old Kraken Tech designs with physics-less parts with same vessel interaction on triggered by an action group to make sure that they work correctly. And we could basically make super precise hinges that don't drift, right? You have a robotic part with physics-less parts attached to it to make a very, 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 very good hinge that doesn't drift, okay? I did half of this. So we did half of the hinges, right? I didn't do these ones down here. Long story short, what we figured out is because these hinges no longer drift, and these hinges no longer drift, I figured out that these hinges aren't even placed in the right spot. And it's binding my hydraulic mechanism. It's binding it up, which makes the drift even worse. Dude, I figured out that these things in the resting position, these hydraulics, when the pad is in the vertical position, nothing is aligned. Nothing is even close to being aligned. Here, I'll just put it out. I'll show you. It's ridiculous. So, obviously, if, we put the SSTO into a launch configuration, right? And we go to launch it, right? And something is bound, right, when we undock, for instance, from the pad or whatever, or if we're loading fuel into it, if we basically have anything, if we do anything dynamic to the pad when these parts are bound up, of course the pad's going to explode because the tolerances aren't correct. And the tolerances are especially not correct when you have 1,500 tons of load on it, like on the big SSTO's pad. Here, let me show you. I'll show you what I mean. So let's put the master rotational control at work. So where are all the hinges? We have hinges here. These hinges are for the TE. These hinges are for the launch table, or the reaction box, right? These hinges are for the pullback hydraulics right here. Now these hinges up here, they don't really drift too much. Those ones are actually pretty decent. We know that they don't drift from, they actually do a little bit, right? But, we probably would be better off changing this up, but that's another story, right? Watch this. So remember how we engineered this to have that fairing box sit on the structural tube, right? It's going to sit on it when this thing is fully compacted. Oh, got to remove the torque limiters there. So, I set these to 0.26 because I noticed I had the cow controller set them to 0. And I noticed when I was setting them to 0, they did this. That problem I wouldn't have seen because it wouldn't have been as pronounced. Because this thing would have been bending this hinge and bending that hinge, and I wouldn't have seen it. Now, so I was like, okay, I'll set the cow controller. Let's just reset that cow controller. Let's just put it back into the 60 position, right? So now that's not binding, right? Now it's not binding. Do you see something wrong here? Just look at this camera shot. Do you see a problem here? Spoiler alert, it has nothing to do with over here. We're not even seated correctly. Look, the entire pad is sitting on the hydraulics right now. So when you load the SSTO, that binds up. And then when you fuel it, it's going to bind up even more. And this is just the small pad. Who the frick knows what the big pad is doing? I don't even want to know. Why am I worried about the hydraulics binding up? Well, one, if you reload the scene when your hydraulics or your robotics or anything are bound up, guess what happens? They bend out of shape. They drift. This, stuff like this, if we reload the scene right now, those parts are going to get stuck like that because of how Kerbal works. They're just going to be stuck in that position. Second part, if they get stuck in this position, there's a lot of potential energy here being stored in the tension of the hydraulics. There's a lot of potential energy there. Guess what potential energy manifests itself if that energy releases itself as kinetic energy? Guess what it manifests as in KSP? Guess what? The hydraulic doesn't break. Kraken strike. Kraken strike. Yeah, all that potential energy gets stored as tension inside of this. You dock something to it, you undock something from it, that energy gets released. Bye-bye. No more pad. As I recall, fellas, with the big SSTO, we were doing fuel loading operations. And I reloaded the scene during fueling operations. 2 times that happened. Okay, a little bit of a lesson on kinematics here. What's the solution? All right, look. Say I have a lever, right? So this is the ground, right? And then we have a stand right here. And that stand has a hinge, and that hinge is attached to a lever. Okay? Actually, let's just do something like this. It'll be easier to draw it, right? So say this needs to go up here, like a strong back, for instance. That needs to go up here, and it needs to rotate 90 degrees. The motion of this is pretty straightforward. 0 to 90. Well, here's a little thing on kinematics right now. I have a hydraulic jack that's right here, right? I don't know why I can't draw a straight line. You have a hydraulic jack. The jack is attached right here. There's your hydraulic piston. You have another pivot point right here, and then another pivot point right there attached to the pad. What does that thing look like? What does its motion look like? Is it just 0 to 90? No. No, you got a little bit of a problem here, okay? Because that hydraulics are a linear motion. Meaning there's only up and down. There's only one dimension of movement with a hydraulic jack. Forward and back. That's it. So we're converting linear, a hydraulic like this is converting linear motion to rotation. Okay? You're converting it to rotation. When you convert it to rotation, it becomes quadratic. That's quadratic motion, if I'm remembering right. Please, someone correct me if I'm wrong there. That's quadratic motion because you're moving in 3 dimensions. You're taking forward and back and turning it into rotation. That's 2 different things. Translate and rotate on a spacecraft do 2 different things. Translate is this. Up, down, left, right, forward, back. Rotation is all that, but on a rotational axis. Those are 2 different types of motion. See what I'm talking about? If we don't get those tolerances right and we don't get the values right to convert linear motion to rotation, i.e. when this thing extends, right? When this thing extends, it's following this. So you're converting up-down motion into this quadratic motion right there. You got to get your values right, and you got to get your tolerances right. If you don't get this right, when the hydraulic jack is, for instance, at full extension right here, right, and you have your pivot point right there, I didn't explain that part right. The reason why you got to get this right is for a couple of reasons. Well, okay, when the hydraulic is here, is it pushing as hard as it's pushing right here? No, it's not. Or is it? You tell me. It's the strongest right here, right? It's kind of strong right there. And over here, where does it have to push the hardest? It has to push the hardest here, right? Does it have to push as hard when it's over here? No, it doesn't. See what I'm talking about? So you got to get those numbers right, and you got to get the animation right. It has to be pushing way harder. You need to push up with more force right here because you're working against gravity. When it's up there like that, you're not working with gravity as much, right? So you have to get the force correct. If you don't get the force correct, use the force. If you don't get it right, and you don't get these numbers right, and you don't get the throw on the hydraulic right, when this thing is in the extended position, this thing could be over here. It could be past 90-degree rotation. And in that case, your hydraulic is going to get bound up. That causes Kraken strikes. That's potential energy. However, if you don't get the throw good enough, and it only moves it to here, and you're at like 87 degrees, right? That means this thing is still holding up that strong back in some way, shape, or form. Gravity is still pushing on it. That's gonna compress it. Also can cause a Kraken strike. The tolerances aren't right. They have to be perfect. Or else that happens. And once again, guys, that was a little bit of a crappy explanation. I'm still not like 100% on this. Long story short, my hydraulics are binding because I didn't get the throw right. Nothing is set correctly. Nothing is correct. Because look, when these hydraulics are at the... like, the pivot points aren't in the right spots. Because... so, like, look. We gifted $5.
The Eagle has landed.
Look right here. See, if we set this to 0 extension on this hydraulic for the launch box, look, now the launch box is seated correctly, but it's stretching this. That is being stretched. See it? No good. However, if I set this back to 2.4 where it was, now this is not being stretched. There's no tension on this. There's no tension on this now. But look, the launch table isn't seated correctly. See what I'm talking about? Our kinematics are wrong. We didn't convert that linear to quadratic motion correctly, and it's breaking the pad. Every time we launch something off of this, it breaks it. It breaks it a little bit. That's huge. That is a huge... Getting those tolerances right is a good way to safeguard against Kraken strikes. And that's why the SSDO pads had so much problems. And the hybrid tech is exposing all those problems, which is a good thing. Yeah, it binds up like suspension. You're introducing loads where you didn't intend to introduce loads. So like a hinge, for instance, is getting stretched. Or a hinge is getting pushed in the wrong direction. It's not just hinging. It's getting pushed. That's bad. That means we didn't do... I mean, look. I didn't even get that right. I didn't even get the animations right. This thing moves at a different rate than that. It's no good. That's no good. That's bad. That's a great way to break things. It's literally binding up my hydraulics every single time I try to load something onto this thing. And we're sitting here wondering why A, this thing broke, and B, it had Kraken strikes. With hybrid tech, it makes it clear because it's easier to visualize. You can see it. See what I'm talking about? That's huge. That is a huge, huge thing. Well, Lunchbox, what else am I planning on fixing, dude? And that goes back to the question I was doing. That goes back to the question I was asking before I kind of went and explained that with paint and everything. And don't get me wrong, that wasn't the right way to say any of that. I know what's going on, I just don't know the right words. It's better to see it. I think it has to do with linear and quadratic motion. Once again, if I'm not getting that right, please tell me. The reason why I call it kinematics is because I learned it from rigging characters in 3D. Your kinematics are binding up. Same thing as like a character rig on something. Even the Kerbal's animation rig binds up. You ever have the Kerbal hit the ground too hard and they start spaghettiing all over the place? That's the rig binding up, and the kinematics don't know what to do because they're most likely using an IK handle for rigging. I know the 3D side of this. I don't know what that's called in engineering. Lunchbox, so theoretically, everything that I've ever designed is broken. There's no way I would have seen it because hinge drift covers it up. The hinge is slightly moving and slightly binding a little bit, and the design slightly stretching is a good way to, it kind of masks it. It's hard to see. It's very easy to see when you have hinges that don't drift. So, anyway, guys, I gotta take a piss real quick. I'll be right back. But that's huge. That's such a big deal. This shows me that the animation sequence for this is wrong. It's not correct. But it's still kinematics? Cool. Kinematics is the right word? Cool. All right, I'll be right back 1 second. I got to use the bathroom. We'll talk more about this when I get back. Alrighty. So, yeah. How many things, Lunchbox, you asked how many things I'm going to fix? How many things could I fix? I'm willing to bet that like 90% of the things that I've made with robotics are probably not working correctly. Yeah. Because, fellas, I tried to pay attention with this, and I tried to get that as accurate as I possibly could. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. Eddie M, 3-month resub. Lit! Mm-hmm. Yep, see? See, kinematic equations for linear motion. You're taking linear motion and changing it to quadratic, and if you're changing it to quadratic, you need to use trigonometric functions. Yeah. Damn. And I'm willing to bet that all of this is probably very wrong for probably like 90% of the stuff that we've made, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. Well, and this, guys, I'll be honest with you. This is why I wanted to mess with this. Because I had a feeling that that's what caused it. That and the hold down points are what doomed that SSTO program. Your SSTO box fits into this. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, dudes. The thing is that this isn't bad. It's not a bad thing. The reason why it's not a bad thing is because, you know, now we know. We know. And all that other stuff's in the past, so it's not, you know, you learn. This is how you learn. How were we supposed to know? We wouldn't have known. There's no way we could have caught that. Right? Like, I'm not going to let it occupy my headspace too much, you know? But there are ways that you could make really, really cool stuff with this. I was thinking about this. Yeah, you could. You could really go bananas with this stuff, with hybrid tech, because hinges don't drift. You can make a lot of really cool things. I'm trying to, now what I want to do is just go and find something that we made in the past that didn't really work exactly right that we could fix. I mean, the SSTO pad is pretty good. This is a pretty good example. But now I don't want to use this damn thing because I know it's broken. Let me think. What could we go and mess with? The avatar ships. I mean, we could. We already proved that the crane works just fine. The crane could work. What else is in here that we could mess with? That we. Let me think. What's breaking ground stuff? What was I doing here? Yeah. Huh. Just design a new pad using what we know to fix a lot of the issues. Well, that particular case with the kinematics guys was just with the SSTO pad. Honestly, Project Ares won't have that problem. At least not too bad. It won't have that much of a problem because it's a different type of integration. Let's find something. Let's mess with something in here. What's this version of the TDRV? Oh. No. The chopsticks stone? How would we fix the chopsticks? Alright, I got something. Let's just keep this simple, okay? Let me mess with this here. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Here we go. What's this version of the K100? Oh, that's the very old version. I'm trying to think about a good way that we could demonstrate this. Have you ever built a Soyuz launch pad? Yeah, just for fun though, never to use. Soyuz pads are they're not very complicated. They're actually pretty They're pretty good, but they're that's making history. Soyuz launch pads are pretty good. The thing about them is that they would end up being a lot of parts in KSP. I'm the very old version. Starship flaps? Eh. No, I want to do something simpler. I'm trying to think. What's something that I could just make fast and that could work? How would you even integrate a Soyuz launch pad? There's ways. Imahara, that would be a good one. I'm trying to think of something that would replicate this type of movement, you know? Dude, my brain's firing off at like ridiculous speeds. There's all these different things, dude. There's all these different things that we could mess with. That's the CT prototype right there. It's a great feeling for sure. You don't get that with Tarkov. I really don't want to play Tarkov anymore, dude. To be honest, I'm over it, dude. I was playing with Taradra on Tuesday, and I'm like, I like playing games with Terra. To be very fair, like, he's a good buddy of mine, but I'm just not really into Tarkov anymore. I don't need to play first-person shooters right now. Spaghetti is done. Okay, I'll wait a little bit for it to cool off. I've always wanted a rocket that could fit in a Mark III cargo bay plane and could be transported around. How would you do it? No, it's not the C-123. Give me 1 second. There's a plane. Yes, there's a plane that's just designed to move Atlas missiles around. It's a C-133. There we go. That's the name of it. This plane was specifically... It's weird looking, but it's specifically designed to just move Atlas missiles around. Actually, you know what? I'm not 100% sure that was its specific purpose. But let's say that Atlas missiles were designed to go with this thing, and they were designed to... Yeah, see? They were designed to move Atlases around. well, that's a Thor in that particular picture, but Atlas 5 has a trailer. Atlas E, Atlas D, and Atlas F have a trailer that becomes Atlas's strongback, and that trailer was designed to basically fit into planes. They could move around the Atlas missiles with the erector. The erector was also the trailer. It's actually really freaking cool. There it is. There's a picture of it. That's the trailer. See that thing? The trailer with the Atlas missile was literally designed to go into the C-133. It was designed to fit all together. And they built these things basically right on their TEs. See that? This thing can work as a regular trailer for a car. Like a truck can just... Not for a car. It can work as a regular trailer. And then the crazy part is that that's also Atlas's transporter erector. So you bolt the ends here to the pad. And then you can turn it upright. And that's the erector. But it's also the trailer. But... Take a closer look. Yeah, let's... Take a closer look here. This one is the U.S. Space and Rocket Center's Atlas. Oh, geez, I love it when I can't look at pictures. That makes me so happy. Take a closer look at this thing. I said that the axles could come off. The reason why the axles come off is because you could put the thing on rails. See that thing right there? And that's what they did. The thing wouldn't fit in the plane with the wheels, so they put it on rails. And then they towed the thing up into the C-133 on rails. See it right there? Could you do that inside of a Mark III Bay with a 2.5 stage? Sure. I'm just giving you ideas. Move it with the TE would probably be easier, but yeah, you asked for ideas. That's how I would do it. Anyway. I need to look at something real quick. Let's try to be simple with this to see. It's just loading everything up. Let's try to be simple with this. Let's go highly expanded mobility tactical truck. Let's mess with the K200. There's certain attachment pieces to the K200 that we could use. Here. That variant's pretty cool. But that's not what I'm looking for. The bridge layer. Hey, Vulcan. Here. Something like this. See? How'd you set up the mission mode save? The rules are on the website, believe it or not. Is the Hemet like the modern day Sherman where there's a variation for every task? Highly expanded mobility tactical truck is its name. And yes, Hemets can do everything. All branches of the military use them. They're really good design. They're basically the end-all be-all of trucks. You can use them to do whatever. And they're configurable. Highly configurable, which is really cool. See this thing? Let's make that. Simple. Let's keep it simple. I think Hemets are really cool. They're a really awesome design. And they're very good in Kerbal. They're very good for doing recovery and whatnot. I just want to make something... See, we can miniaturize the design, man. So K200 mission mode recovery palette. Here we go. So I had this thing, and it's basically a robotic arm that can go and lift things up, right? Let's mess with this with our engineering mode save. So first thing I'm going to do is get rid of that, right? And then these things, the jacks never worked because they always bent. They always bent in the wrong direction. Get rid of that. Let me just try to see if we can mimic something. Because in the past, what you had to do in KSP is you basically had to fudge it a little bit. And now with the precision of the hinges that we have, we don't necessarily need to do that. So let me just, let's go Hemet crane. There we go. I hate not being able to. Oh, it's for sale. Only 55 grand. Yeah. Let's take a look. I mean, it's a steal considering what you get. This thing is a monster. Are you upgrading everything with Hypertech before designing the new pad? No. No, that's not what I'm doing at all. What I'm doing is, RJ, I want to prove out hybrid tech, and I want to prove that this works, and I want to prove what I'm thinking about kinematics now. Now that I proved that they're way more precise and they don't drift, we kind of move to the next level. The next level, how accurate can it be? So I'm going to try to build that. We'll try to build this. I'll build a trailer out, and we'll try to make this and see what it does. Brimo needs more historical clickbait for our clickbait history Twitter account. Fellas, just in case. I just want to look at the goddamn picture. Is this difficult? Oh my goodness. Can I look at the picture, please? Nope. Nope. Alright. Whatever. Whatever.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Muffin. That's a 3D model, but... I just want a picture of a gosh dang helmet. That whole thing folds, huh? Gosh dang it, Bobby. Well, see, that one is different. That's a different type of crane right there. I'm noticing that there's two different types of crane. There's the one that has hydraulics front and back, and then there's one with hydraulics just in the front. It must be different branches of the military. Let's try M985. Yeah, epic, right? They're really cool. Did it say it sold for 5K? It's Gov Planet, dude. Yes, it sold for 5K. Gov Planet. Be careful. Uh-huh. Yep, sold on 5/2/16 for $5,000. Somebody bought that for 5 Gs. Be careful with Gov Planet. Be careful with Gov Planet. I'm telling you. Be careful with Gov Planet. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, that's what it looked like, Ben. Yep. 2,500 bucks. I told you. Be careful with Gov Planet. This site is trouble. Trouble. Gov Planet is just government surplus auctions, dude. You want 25 bucks for some Craftsman toolboxes right there? Here, let's sort by Ford. Let's see what it comes up with. Oh. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. I should not have done. Single cab, long box, dually F350 for 1,000. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. I told you. Why did you do this, chat? Why did you do? Why? Why? Why'd you do this to me? You screwed me. You screwed me by noticing the price. Now I got to look at it. You screwed me. You. Oh, 800 bucks. Oh! It has no rust on it. What? You're killing me. You're killing me. You're killing me. I can't do this. I can't. I saw it, Penta. I saw it. I saw it. Oh, an LTS 9000 dump truck. L9000. Oh my god, this is bad. This is very bad. How much is that? Make an offer coming soon. It's not just mill surplus here, guys. There's all kinds of stuff. That 93 though. EJ, flush website history. No, it's good, man. I know it says Framingham right there. I don't live in Framingham. That's where I worked. When it asked me for my zip code, I put in Framingham, so I'm not worried about that. Yep. How about we search by AM General? AM General makes Humvees. And all kinds of stuff. You could put Hemmets. There's Hemmets on here too. I'm sure you could find them. Yep. The military made so many of these things, dude. Don't even think about daily driving one. They suck. They're terrible daily drivers. There's a reason why this is a military vehicle. I mean, I suppose if you want a project, this is great. But yeah. Yeah, be careful of Gov Planet. Be careful. Pneumatic seats and they're fine. Yep. Even the song is telling me to buy one. Alright, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of that, get rid of that. Will it fit in your garage? The Hammett? Probably not. No, I don't think so. Just EV swap it, huh? Yeah. Do that if... No, I won't do that. Hey, Rocket Guy, what's going on? I'm thinking, fellas, how would we do this? How would I make that? More importantly, how would we make it with hybrid tech? Well, you can get all kinds of stuff on there first. It's a... Dude, I'm telling you,
Discovery,
be careful.
up.
Yo, Asteroid Mining Startup booked a slot on a future transporter mission. Cool. That's neat. Rocket Guy, how you doing? Dude, we've made some... I've made some pretty insane kind of discoveries here with hybrid tech and how this all works. And I can make precise hinges, no drift. So what I'm trying to do is screw around with the Hammett a little bit and make, well, that. Doing so good? Cool, man. All right. So let's start messing with this. Let's work on the jacks first. So how do these jacks work? They slide out, they go out, and then they go down, right? How would we make that from not moving, though? Yeah. The sliding mechanism will be more than tough enough to figure out, so... Crawler cranes, yeah. I told you to be careful at Gov Planet. No one's listening to me. You're not listening. That'll work. That will, yeah, that'll work. Okay, so So, Rocket, what I'm figuring out is that we can basically make non-driftable hinges. And yeah, that's it. I can make non-driftable hinges. So I'm just trying to see how precise everything is, because dude, we made I prototyped it out on the SSTO's pad, and what I ended up doing, what ended up happening is dude, we exposed so many things that were out of spec. It's like I took half of the hinges on the SSTO pad and made them hybrid tech so they didn't move. And then I noticed that literally every other hinge, because that hinge had no play in it, bent out of shape and it bound up the hydraulics. Now, don't get me wrong, it still worked, but this is key. Like, what I ended up explaining to everybody here is that, you know, a bound up hydraulic has so much potential energy stored that you're asking for a Kraken strike, right? So, is that a Supra? Sure. So, like, yeah, that's cool, man. You do a lot of cool stuff with those things. So, yeah, like, oh man, so what I'm trying to do now is just trying to basically see how good I can get hybrid tech from drifting. Like, how good could we make it? How small can we make it? And is it as precise as I think it is? Question is, how is it out of spec? Is SnapGrid float point error bad, or was pad not aligned for those hinges? Dude. I don't know the right way to explain it. It's better to just show you. Yeah, it's better to just show you. Did you get your spaghetti yet? No. Hey, Taylor. How's it going? What are we up to? Taylor, you know how, like, back in the day, I would always have these crazy breakthrough things where I'm like, oh, man, this is the way to do this. This is the way to do this. Now we have a better way of doing this. I had one of those the other day. And I'm putting it to the test today, and it's really showing how precise you can be with Kerbal with your engineering. I'll show you. So I brought the small SSTO pad in here, and I was messing with it. And look, we have hybrid tech on this hinge right here and on those hinges right there, but specifically not down here. I've been adding hybrid tech to it every time and seeing how it works. Watch this. Rocket, this is pretty cringe, but there's no way I would have spotted it because drift was covering it up. There's no way I would have spotted this. Hello, Guy. What's up, Pace? How are you? Watch this, man. This is... And, dude, I know the terms for it from 3D animation, but I don't know the exact terms for it for, like engineering. I don't know if it's the same. It might be, it might not be. But anyway, so let's take this, right? We'll rotate it up into position. Now watch. You tell me if you see anything wrong with the initial animation. Whatever you introduced, I said be careful, Version. Jesus. Why didn't you listen to me, man? What do you think, I'm lying? So, Rocket Guy, you see something wrong right there? You see something wrong here? First of all. Second of all, let's wait until we get into the down position here. See something wrong there? So in talking about causation, did you not use Snap Gizmo? Everything is on absolute, dude. Or does Snap Gizmo have a float point error? It might. Absolute Snap might have a float point error in it, but I doubt it. Is it just Cal stuff? The drift is hiding the problem in this case, Rocket Guy. The drift. Look. The frame isn't seated on the pad correctly. The only way it becomes seated on the pad is if I do this. Now it's seated on the pad. See what I mean? Every time I put an SSDO vertical on this binds up in some way, shape, or form. And I didn't notice. The reason why I didn't notice is because now all the other hinges don't move. But that does because all the other hinges don't move. This never did this before. When I had, when I just had hinges here, it's impossible to see it because instead of one hinge just completely drifting out of spec, the game bends the other hinges and you never would have saw it. It's not because of placement. It's just because the drift hides the problem. I can do it, Taylor. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I took a break, Taylor, from KSP for a little while, and I'm getting back into it, right? And what I was doing for the longest time is not capsule recovery. I was doing SSDOs, which landed on the runway, so I didn't really have a need to go and recover stuff. But yeah, I can do that, sure. Actually, this hybrid tech would be great for that. It would be great for building something like a recovery crane. Yeah, it would be really good for it. There's all kinds of stuff on GovPlanet, guys. I told you to be careful of that site. I said, like, you've been warned. So, Rocket, look at how out of spec everything is. You see what I'm talking about? It's terrible. And I'm not exactly sure where this comes from, but I foresee two possibilities here. One possibility is my first one, and that's the one that I think is going on. What I think is going on is, you know, because none of the other hinges move. They're all fixed because they're using hybrid tech. They have Kraken Tech hinges mated to the robotics, right? And because of that, the drift here is so ridiculously pronounced. I wouldn't have caught this because instead of just drifting this one part, it probably drifted all the parts in the old design with no hybrid tech. The whole thing probably scrunched in one direction or another. And then if you reload the scene, it causes drift. Because only half of the hinges are fixed and half of them aren't in this particular one, all the drift is imparted on this one. Because those don't move. This one does, though. And look at how bad it moves. That's no good, man. So I was like, okay. You know, a little bit earlier in the stream, I was like, all right. Well, let me key in the cow controller a little bit so it doesn't do that. So I set the bump stop on this at 0.26. And when I set it at 0.26, look what happens. I am not 100% sure. And I'm not 100% sure if there's a float point error or not. And Because I'm not 100% sure, that leads me to my second thing. The second thing is that I may have just made a mistake. I may have just screwed something up. It's entirely possible that I just messed it up. It's possible, Taylor, yeah. Because, look, let me get the arrow UI out. That's not aligned at all. 89 degrees out of the box. It's already not pointing straight up by 1 degree. That's not perfectly 90. It's 89. And that's no good. And look at the roll on it. That's terrible. So that means, Rocket Guy, that every single time I put an SSTO on this thing and fully fueled it, it crunched the hydraulics. It did that. Well, the opposite effect of that. It crunched the hydraulics, and it would bind them up. Dude, no wonder whenever I would release the SSTO, it would slew this way. Because those hydraulics were unspringing and pushing the thing in one direction. That happened on the big pad too, which tells me that that one is also out of spec. Yeah, that's a big deal, man. That's a real big deal. None of this is right. None of it is right. Ugh. Ugh. None of it's lined up. And I actually honestly didn't even get into this part over here. I don't even know what these things are doing. I think these ones might be okay. But there is still a little bit of drift there, but... I don't know what that is, Geeson. Oh, dear. So, yeah. Extra difficulty to solve? Well, Denix, the funny thing is that this problem manifests itself in real life. In real life, it manifests itself as a load cycle. You're fatiguing your metal. Think about it like, I don't have the cap on it because I used this the last time I was explaining this. You know the tab on a soda? What happens when you do this over and over and over and over again? It'll eventually break. This happens in real life. Kerbal simulates it, but it simulates it for the wrong reasons. But it does happen. Crazy, huh? And Rocket Guy, I don't know if it's because of float point or not. What I was about to do when you popped in is build... I was just going to build a crane or something quick with hybrid tech and use absolute snap to get it right to see if that's what the problem was.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Is it absolute or is it just bad design? Once again, I think it's bad design. I think I rushed this, and because I rushed this, I said, man, it's good enough, and didn't really check for tolerance on these things. I didn't check them to see if they were stretching. I think this is my problem. 80 months, Dish. That's like 100 in Canadian months. It's true. You're not wrong. Yeah. So there is a spacing problem down there. So what I want to do, fellas, is I want to let's just make something. Let's just make a crane or whatever. And let's see, well, spacing problem. You know what? You know what I was thinking, guys? We don't need to go and make a Hemet. We don't need to. The reason why we don't need to is because, well, if you think about it, sorry, Terminal 64. We did make a crane already. We made Chunguska. We made the hybrid tech hinges with the crane. I've already done that. We already did it. Where is it? The hybrid tech crane. We already did it. We know it works. Sorry guys, I had a hangnail. All right. All right. All right. Okay, here's what we're doing. Here's what we're doing. We could do two things, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. The two things that we could do is I could either push through and finish fixing the SSTO's pad. We could push through and finish it. I could fix that spacing problem, and we could go from there. The other thing is that one. Seeing if this problem exists elsewhere. I'm going to go ahead and bet that it probably does. Oh, for frick's... Thanks, Epsilon. This version was in engineering mode, guys. I don't know if this is the final version of the pad. Here's what we're gonna do for the engineering phase. Yeah, thank you. Here's what we're gonna do. I'll load up the mission mode save craft file, and we'll see if that one's right. It looks like I used this for a load test or something. If that's out of spec, on top of anything that could be stretching with the big SSTO's pad, well, yeah, I'm willing to bet that that's probably the issue. Okay, we're in mission mode, so we need LV5B launch pad. LV5B2 pad. Okay. (10/28/21). This was the newest version of the pad. Oh, okay, thank God. Oh, okay. All right. I caught that previously. Nice, Boxy. We caught it. We caught it, fellas. It's okay. We're all right. That's right, Taylor. This is probably the most advanced pad that I ever made. Not bad, considering we got it in under 1,000 parts. You have my 1-year-old mesmerized. He's trying to wave at you. Hi. Condor's pad was 1,600, Taylor. 1,600 without the vehicle. With Condor on it, it was 2,000, I think. Yeah, I think you're right. This with the vehicle is about 1,600. But this doesn't have any integration area. So, thank you. We love that. No problem. Yeah, I don't like Mega Moon Rocket either, Novus. I want to hybrid tech this thing so bad. Oh, thank you, Guy. For this one, yeah. That was a lesson learned from Condor, Taylor. Yep. Do I even have the big SSTO in this save, RJ? I don't think I ever loaded it into mission mode or into engineering mode. I've engineered that entirely on a budget in mission mode. Yep. For now, RJ. There's Bay. It's so awesome, dude. Such a crazy vehicle. It's literally just scaled up. It's a scaled up version of the small one. It's so freaking cool, man. I told you I'd give it my best effort, and I think we did okay considering the error is being masqueraded by drifting. I think I did good. I'm very proud of this thing, man. I'm very proud of it. Guys, I think we've proven it. Now that I'm thinking about it, dude, I think we proved it. I think I don't need to show nothing. We know that it works. Reminds me of a smaller version of your original tessellation craft project. Yep. It uses the same ideas. I'm so confused. Are we returning to the MLV, or returning to the SSDO, or continuing MLV? I'll continue the MLV. The SSDO is shelved. I would love to come back to it someday. I'm dead serious about that. No, Project Ares is go. What I'm doing right now, what I'm doing right now with this stuff, Blue, is I'm trying to prove out the hybrid tech. I'm trying to prove that the hybrid tech works, and I think we sufficiently proved it. I think we proved it. I think we did. I don't think there's really anything else to see. Like, the drift is being masqueraded, and hybrid tech overcomes that problem. Can we see if we can fix the big pad? We don't have time. We got to start Space News soon, Pilch. Let me build something quick. Hold on. The proof is in my pants. I mean the pudding. Pudding pants. How would we do this? I don't know if that's going to work exactly how I want. I have to visualize this in my head. All right. PJ, why won't it let me use my Prime sub? I don't know. Ask Jeff Bezos. I have no idea, man. Add your bad boss. Alright, so let's put that there. And then give me another one of these things. Put it right there. Now, we need to toggle AG1, right? Enable same vessel. Guys, I'm just going to try to bust this out real quick, okay? And I'm going to try to build this thing. I'm just interested to see what happens here. Right? So, now I need a servo. But the servo, it doesn't need to be an incredibly strong servo. It's just... That will do us just fine. So take that servo, move that servo in here like this. Here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Got another idea. I'm trying to build fast, fellas, so I can get this done before Space News and then go and enjoy my spaghetti. Hey, Waluki. Profesh did it. IT genius. 41 months. Right on, dude. Thanks. Glad you got it working. I appreciate the sub, man. So what I'm trying to do is just make a simple, basic crane for the most part. What's in the box? Don't worry about it. You can look in the box, chat, okay? Bio. How are you? How are you, my friend? Now, give me a small G11, G00 hinge right here. Can we line it up? We can. Excellent. Okay. Now, give me another RCS ball. Get rid of that. Go over here like this. Put these in 2x mirror sim, right? As opposed to any other type of mirror sim. Huh. Okay. This is gonna have to go down like that. All right, now make sure that we have the right action groups. Okay, okay. Enable. Save. All right, so now what I need is something like this. If I'm looking at how this thing is working correctly, I need something like that, right? For this beam piece that's right here, and then we need another piece up there like that. So that seems to be connecting to like another thing. There's like a thing right there. I'm talking. This commentary sucks. Okay. Yep. Nope. Let's just yep. Just acknowledge that the commentary sucks, and then we will go from there. Please bear with me. You have one hydraulic going to a join in the front, join in the back. Epic Games, don't care. All right, say this thing, we need to lock out damping force there. These honestly don't need to, they will not need to be motorized in the design, but I'm just gonna leave them motorized for now. Let's say 15 degrees there, and then 15 degrees there. Right, now take this, put this up on the front, like that. It's a telescoping hinge, so honestly, just this little guy on the end. Right, and then just put a docking port right there. Good enough. Now the hydraulic mechanism. How are we going to do that? Okay, so I'm going to need another. We're going to need two hydraulic here on hinges. So we need to do two G11s in symmetry like this. Then I'm going to need another housing. Another two housings, I should say. Those need to be like that. Give me 1 second, fellas. Yeah, okay. So now we need something like this, right? This needs to go in here, and that needs to be hinged for that. But that, yeah, see, that's not going to work unless I do something like this. That's the correct position for this. So go back here like that, and I'm going to try to embed the hinge directly. The Kraken tech, the hybrid tech, I'm going to try to put it right into the hinge. I'm going to see if that works. That might do it. It's possible. I don't really know. I'm not really sure if it will or will not. So now we need two hydraulics. Are those telescoping? Yeah, they are. We don't need telescoping. We just need regular for a change. Now how are we going to set up the outer hinges here? be with us. Back to story. Try 10. No, that's no. We shouldn't do that. That's gonna make it bind. How am I gonna do this? Could always put it on top, but then the kinematics aren't gonna be right. Okay, let's get crazy. Remove that from symmetry. Get rid of it. Remove that from symmetry. Get rid of that. I'm wondering, maybe we could just do a singular hinge. Take that, put that right in there. That might work. And then these are going to need the double hinges. Because this, right? And then give me the singular hinge again. Put the singular hinge up here, right? All right, and then just to make sure that this thing holds itself in position, strut to there, like that. Okay. Now I gotta make sure everything is set to Kraken Tech. Enable. Enable. We gotta enable the hybrid tech. That's the thing about it, you have to enable it every time or else it won't work. And then I think this one is to hold the crane up, to move the crane in the upward position. And I think that this one right here is to adjust the boom, I think. I think that's how that works, from what I can tell from looking at it. I need to look at the stupid thing in the stowed position. Yeah, that's what it looks like. You know what? I was going to say, just as a tech demo, maybe we should see if this all works. Let's just go out here with some kerbals and see what it does. This was made with spare parts. Let's see. Let's see if it all holds together. I have a feeling this thing's just gonna... But we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Tron. I'm doing all right. How are you? Alright, so we know that this will work, right? And we know that this will work, right? Okay, so now what I'm going to do, take the torque off of that hinge, and then we're going to take the torque off of that hinge. Yeah, interesting. Remove the damping forces from there. Take the torque off that hinge. Now what happens when we... That's probably why you need those front hydraulics, if I had to guess. Yeah. It's probably why you needed those. Wow. That thing is remarkably solid, though. Damn, dude. It's really strong. Alright. Alright, here. Let's get crazier. Remove that. Remove that. Get rid of it. Now take this. Put that there in the center like that. And then take that thing and move it in place of that center hinge. Same thing that we did up there. Now that should give me enough space to put the other set of hydraulics in. Now how does... So the other set is just slightly above the pivot point right there. And yeah, okay. It's slightly forward of the pivot point right there. So now take the damping forces off of this first and then move the traverse rate down so I don't make that same mistake. So now let's take this, right? And then this is going to need to move up just a little bit, right? And then they're going to need to move forward like that. Right? Set these downwards just a little bit. Take the strut, put the strut into position, and now that one is just a little bit forward of the other one. So give me the housing pieces, right? These pieces are going to have to be up here, like that. Why won't these line up? They should line. Oh. They won't align exactly. Okay. I know the reason. It's no problem. Yeah, Audrey, pretty much. I had a little bit of a breakthrough with some Kraken Tech stuff here, or hybrid tech, I should say. I had a little bit of a breakthrough, and we're going to see how this ends up for us. That needs to go right there. Okay, save this. Save it, and let's try this again, see what it does. Yeah, Audrey, I know. I was watching a VOD from 2 days ago where you were talking about Hueys, and right at that moment, 3 Hueys flew above the city in a parade. Great helicopters, man. They're really good. Just not very armored. Very susceptible to 7.62 by 39, if you catch my drift. Alright, let's see if this works, dudes. Okay. Take these hinges, unpower them. Take those hinges, unpower them. These ones up here, not needed. Those ones, unpowered. You, and then the master hinge down here. I gotta check something, fellas. I don't think I keyed all the action groups correctly. That thing's cool, man. I just gotta mess with this a couple more times. Alright, let me just make sure that we get everything. Enable. Because what we just were messing with a second ago, guys, didn't have all the collisions on. That was it without collisions. And it was pretty damn strong. About as strong as regular robotics would be. Maybe, probably less, but still. Let's see what this does. Unpower that hinge. Unpower that hinge. The master hinge is right in there somewhere. There it is. Don't need power there. No power there. All right, let's check something. So, what happens if we do We bound. We're binding up. Not good. We're not bound. Seems like you don't want to go too far back with that hydraulic there. Alright, now what happens if we go up with it? Oh! So freaking cool. Alright, get rid of that. Take that. Go up like this. The further back you go, the less moment arm it has on the crane. Yep. Yep. We can... Dude, I can make this smaller. I can make these hinges smaller. Now I'm kind of curious to see what these things can hold up. If you raise the main crane part... Huh? Wait, why is that thing just moving? Yeah, it didn't like that. I broke something. If you raise the main crane part so that it's a little higher than the hydraulic hinge, it should help. Yeah. Well, let me look at the other... Let me look at the real thing. Yeah, okay. Yep. She was working, fellas. She's working just fine. I just gotta go in here and mess with the controls on this a little bit. Actually, let me... Yeah, that was my problem. I screwed with the, yeah, there we go. Cool. Save that. Okay. All right, time to check something. Let's start off small. How about we make it move... $1,100 kilos. Yeah, it'll work. Let's see if he can do it. We're gonna need the hydraulic jacks down here too, just like the real one. But those are gonna need to be, we really gotta make sure that they're strutted into position. So what I will do to make sure that these suckers don't move is attach them to the rail like that. There we go. All right, that's not going to move. All right. Load test time. See what happens. All right. We'll do this test and then we'll break for space news, okay? I got spaghetti waiting for me. Understand? I should just detorque these motors from the start. All right. Blitz, I see what you're saying about moving the crane thing up, but I wanted to try and see if it's as close to the real design as possible. You know? So I didn't do it, but torque limit. Yeah, torque limit's out on that. That's fine if that thing just kind of... Well, if the test was to get the truck to fly, I think we just did it. The Kerbal is still alive. Snap docking. Not even once. Yeah, that's what loaded up hydraulics do. Yeah, you really don't want that. It's not good. Dude, my back hydraulics this entire time didn't even have the AGs enabled. Wow. That thing was pretty strong to begin with. Hey, nice guy. We're learning how not to build. That's right. Yep, you got it. That's pretty cool about V22 coming in, or an MV22, excuse me. let me put it to you, fella. Let me put it to you like this, fellas. If this thing lifts this, I'm gonna be really impressed because remember, these are small hinges holding this thing together. Okay. So the first thing we'll do this time is undock that thing. Next thing we'll do, raise this up. Slide that thing forward. All right. She's loaded. Let's see what this does. Come on, you can do it. Come on. It has the power to do it. It has the power to do it. We did just make a catapult though. Here's what we'll do. Let me go into hack grab. There we go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Trebuchet. Yeah, a little bit. Give me a little bit of trebuchet action here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nice guy. 213 sub. Thanks, man. And then Shaxter with a 72-month resub. What you doing? Oh, nothing. Just finding new despicable ways to mess with KSP. You know. I'm testing to see how precise and how strong these hybrid tech hinges are. So, Buck, this thing is being held up with G00 hinges, which are pretty much weak. The weakest hinges in the game.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. Yeah. But we have Kraken bearings with hybrid tech attached to them. And now they're lifting up. I mean, albeit with a little bit of Archimedes principles on leverage here. They're holding up 1,100 kilograms. That's 2,400 pounds, guys. 2,400 pounds. For the people that like freedom. Big C, 16-month resub. The point that I was trying to illustrate with this thing, Buck, is that this is way more precise. This is a way more precise method. Hybrid tech is great for doing GSE, cranes, whatever. Any type of mechanical stuff where you have to worry about robotics drifting, yeah, it's good. Now, here, let's try another test. Let's put this thing down. See if we can set it down on the ground. No, it's 11 tons, 1,165 kilos. Good luck on the house. Thanks, Facha. It was under a little bit of load there. Thanks for the hype train. Keep on keeping on, my dude. Thanks, Grav. Quino. Much appreciated. Thanks, guys. You're too good to me. Okay, we have it. We're locked back in.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Unbelievable. That's freaking unreal. I can't believe that's holding. Unreal. All right, let's get it to maximum. Pembo gifted out 5. Hey, thanks, man.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
That's right, Architect. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. No, 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 no. Pull it back. We're going to die. Damn. I've heard of Tin Can event. Yeah. All right. Well, I wanted to do one last load test, but look. Yeah. Totally time warpable. Hinges don't. Looks like those stretched a little bit. Those ones did a little bit of stretching just because we were lifting something up. But that stretching looks like, oh no, that one is a little bit off. Oh, interesting. Alright, undock that. Get out of here. Get out of here. Retract the extension. Hey, Lig. What's going on, man? Ah, the test was no good. Damn. It wasn't any good. I had one of the hinges on. That hinge was activated. Damn. Crap. That's why it was stretched. I think so, Blitz. I want to do one more test. I want to do one more. I want to do one more. Getting my car ready so I can hopefully pick up my new one tomorrow. Oh, that's cool. Sweet, man. 2:30. Hey, very nice. No way. Those ones didn't have enable on them either. I missed a couple. And those ones aren't even lined up. Oh, okay. You've been working on not using your turning signals all day? Nice. Hey Gringo, long time ago, how are you? Do you know when KSP2 is maybe close? 2023. Thanks for the sub train, guys. I do appreciate it. I hope you like this little hybrid tech experiment that I'm working on. It's pretty damn good. Dude, I made this quick, and most of it is just fixing the bugs from making it quick. Alright. Let's see what we got here. Alright, latch this boy up here. Okay, we're latched. This is with no powered hinge this time. So make this one go back, make this one go up. Plan for that. I gave it a bump stop just in case. That's what I was waiting for. Ah, I gimbal locked it. I gimbal locked it, man. I have another solution. EJ has another solution. We simply up the hydraulic pressure. Remember, these are the weakest hydraulics. These are the weakest hydraulic pieces in the game. They only have, what is it? I don't even know. Dinky amounts of thrust. Just, you know, just give me this. Give me this. Just take this and go into the cow controller. Force limiter. Force limiter. You just take this, just put it up there, just put it up there, copy that curve, put that up there like that, and set here. Ah, yes. There we go. We could trebuchet it. But watch what happens now. Modifier to the hydraulics. We just upped the hydraulic pressure. That's all. We didn't do nothing wrong, okay? We just upped the hydraulic pressure. That's it. All right. We gave these a little bit more hydraulic pressure. just did something wrong. You could tell because the way it was. What did I do? What did I change? What did I change? Move that one down and move that one up. Slowly. Slowly. Slowly but firmly grasp it. Firmly grasp it. Firmly grasp it! The lid? Lid? Huh? Hi, phone sister. Trebuchet! Yeah, we overloaded it. It doesn't like picking it up that far away, which kind of blows, but it's alright. Get out of here. Well, I'd have to say we were still able to lift it up with unoverclocked hydraulics, and it still worked pretty damn well. And this thing still bolts hard. We may have been a little top heavy. Don't worry though. Just shed top heavy weight and you'll be fine. You know, in fact, just get rid of this. We don't need that no more. I said we don't need that no more. Damn. Yeah! Yeet! Get it off the back of my truck. Almost. Ramp time. Oh, there's a lip there. Yeah. Well then, no ramp time. All right, cool. Shall we space news? Shall we? All right, I think I've screwed around with hybrid tech enough to show that it's pretty damn good, dude. There's no way this would have worked without hybrid tech. There's no way. This thing wouldn't even work with Kraken tech. So I'm pretty happy with it. Pretty happy with the way this thing came in and how it works. We don't need that. Yeah. It's pretty awesome considering I just emulated this in like 5 minutes. Well, an hour, but still. Yeah, pretty good. That's pretty damn cool. Beautiful crane and truck. Love it. See ya. Yeah. Not bad. Not bad. It could lift that up. It just needs to be closer, which is annoying, but it is what it is. I can't believe this. That thing is super freaking cool for what it is. It's a pretty awesome recovery truck. Anyway, all right, guys. Yeah, that was fun. So I'm gonna play Flight Simulator tomorrow for the game. Maybe on the other side of Space News we'll play more Kerbal. I said I was gonna play Cities, but I said I was gonna play Kerbal before that. I said maybe we'll play Cities. You know.